All right, so it is my great pleasure to open the second day of this conference, Longevity Nation. We have an amazing program that won yesterday, and I will give the rule to Professor Jing Bao, who is from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. She'll have a talk herself later on, but she will moderate this session. So I welcome Professor Jing Bao to start this session, please.
New session. Shalom, everybody. So happy to be here. Let me first try. Thank you, Ilan. Shimi Jing. Let me introduce myself a little bit, okay? So for those of you who do not yet know me yet, Shimi Jing, Ani Rofi missing, and Ani Gara by Rehovot Sheshanim. He Ani student by Mahon Weizmann. And Professor Shali Yosef Yardan, who Hashuf Me'ot, and I think most importantly, who Menahem Me'ot. Ivrit Shali Lotov, but Shali Metabelit Ivrit Matsuyan. So Ani Smeach here, Paul today, and thank you so much, Ilia, for introducing me. Okay, anyway, so I hope I can learn Hebrew. Thank you so much. So thank you so much. Each time when I come back to Israel, it's just like I come back to my home. I still remember after I graduated from Weizmann Institute in 2002, I went to work for the United States, for the National Institute of Health. And after 10 years, I returned back to Israel. And as I just landed in the airport, Ben Gurion Airport, I received a message from my professor, Yosef Yardan. He wrote, "Welcome to your second home, Jing." So I was felt so warm. So ever since, I really feel Israel is my second hometown. So I'm really very delighted to be here to chair this session. Thank you, Ilan, for this great opportunity. So we have this session. I know that many of you maybe have not yet attended the meeting yesterday. So yesterday we had a fantastic the session, actually. We have so many wonderful presentations, which I've learned a lot. And I hope today we also have wonderful presentation. And thank you all to be here. And I especially thank my dear friend, Ona, who has been so many years have been such a wonderful inspiration and a dear friend to me. And my new friend, Dr. I call you Nadine and Raveh, right? I can never know you're Dr. Raveh. And thank you so much, two of you, to be here to support, not only support me, but actually they are very interested in longevity science as well. So this morning's session, we'll be having several presentations, and each of them are so very right? Very important. Now, that's just the opening mic. I will be giving a presentation on the 3rd or 4th, according to the schedule. So let's first welcome Dr. Šrámek, Petr Šrámek, to give us a presentation. He is really very important. I just come back from Hong Kong and also gave a presentation in Beijing. So I feel so close to him because he knows China a little bit, and maybe more than I do in the longevity area. So let's welcome Dr. Šrámek. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. The slot is short, so I'll make it quick, and hopefully I'll leave a few minutes at the end for questions. So I will explain a little bit more about my roles in the following slide. But first of all, I'm a managing partner and co-founder of LongevityTech.fund, which is a purely longevity-focused venture capital fund, founded 6 years ago, with the intention to fund and support technologies aiding, improving health span significantly. If I mean significantly, I mean like we are not investing in supplements or healthy lifestyle, because there is plenty of other options, but we are investing in companies with real breakthrough technologies across obviously therapeutics, therapies, but including diagnostics and platforms. And we already invested in 40 companies. There are some phone troubles, so hopefully you will see more in the next slides. The portfolio is still growing, so we hope that these companies will start making more announcements, or they are already starting and making announcements this year and the next year. But having such a broad portfolio of solutions, which is on purpose built to give us the full spectrum of tools and solutions for longevity, for aging, across, you may imagine, aging hallmarks. So we have the solution for every aging hallmark, or simply said. So we found that we need a platform, where these solutions can be applied in human, because most biotech companies are really and needs to be focused on traditional technological pathways like targeting disease, right? Because the aging is not a disease. So this is why we founded Health and Longevity Clinic as this so-called translational platform. So within the clinic, we really built, like we started 5 years ago. So we built 2 locations, one in Europe, in Prague, which is the largest one, and one in Florida, in the US. We are serving more than 700 customers, longevity enthusiastic people who wants to do everything possible, and even they are willing to do some experimental approaches. And this is exactly the moment where the logic is coming in, because and Carmela mentioned that yesterday during her presentation about the Clotho protein, which is basically a pilot for us, to introduce a very novel type of advanced therapy. So we are really doing clinical research on top of serving regular people with longevity therapies. So what is it in principle? And even my talk is called integrated longevity therapy. So what does it mean, integrated? So first of all, there is a phasing logic. So we have probably 4 main phases of interventions or care. The first is obviously the examination, so looking at every possible detail in our bodies, and know or weak points or issues, and establish a strategy, for the second phase, which is called setting the baseline. Setting the baseline means that everyone is somehow deficient in something, or we have an excess of something else. So we need to balance everything and set ours to the normal, right? Normal, optimal normal. So this is the target of the second phase. And it's all a preparation for the third phase, where we introduce all the possible longevity therapies, but in the third phase, these are the therapies in let's say a regular, already accessible for people. But eventually, for limited amount of participants, we can start introducing advanced rejuvenation therapies with the promise to maybe bring additional 15 to 20 years, or even measurable decrease the epigenetic age by 15 to 20 years. So you can imagine all of these therapies in some stacks, starting from lifestyle. So this is must be, right? But going up to these advanced therapies, where we are using various type of approaches like clinical trials or case studies or named patient. And we actually, and Carmela mentioned that yesterday again, we are part of this X-Prize Healthspan prize competition for 101 million of US dollars. And we won the semifinal prize. We are in the group of semifinalists, which is basically to conduct a proof of concept clinical trial with limited number of elderly people. This is what we are doing right now. These people are right now undergoing the series of diagnostics and therapies without these advanced therapies yet. So when we prove that we are able or capable to do that, we will hopefully enter the final phase where we start full-scale clinical trial for maybe 12 to 18 months next year to prove the hypothesis. So the hypothesis is that we can actually improve biomarkers for in three categories: cognitive health, immunity health, and musculoskeletal health, for an equivalent of 15 to 20 years of biological age. It's a statistical measure, but you can imagine that it's like having a biomarkers of a younger people. So we are going to prove that, and I believe this is going to be a huge message for the humanity that this type of approach is feasible. So this will start next year, but let me give you a little bit more detail so you can imagine that. Obviously, on top of all the regular therapies you can do today, we want to do this advanced therapy. So the first was Clotho, and Carmela nicely introduced Clotho yesterday, so I don't need to repeat that again. What I wanted to mention are maybe a couple of detailed results from our case study experiments. I can freely talk about that, even this is not an approved drug, because I can talk from my own experience. I was the patient number 2 who tried that. So these results are actually coming from myself. So in principle, what we have seen was like improvements in a pleiotropic range, meaning that we have seen like many things, even things we or nobody actually expect. Right, so there are improvements of measurable biomarkers. They were really like subjective improvements of activity, energy. So basically, energy is probably one of the major part, because we have an extensive measurement of mitochondria function. The creating or building the ATP molecules, and what we have seen. That in 18 days, my ATP production quadrupled, which was partially done by that my mitochondria count doubled in cells we measured, and their production also doubled. So total ATP production quadrupled in 18 days. We have never seen anything like that with any other regular therapies. There were some other physiological changes like which ended up with major sleep improvement, heart rate variability increase, which is obviously a very good thing. And what I've seen like eyesight improvements or cognitive improvements of speed of reaction. These effects, the eyesight and cognitive improvements were temporary, like lasting maybe 2 weeks, but the many other effects are lasting for actually several months, like this HRV improvement. So many positive effects. So let's jump into other options we hope to introduce in a similar manner in the future, because we can tune up our body to do better. We can actually really get better, but there are some other preconditions we need to address. One of these are DNA mutations, right? So the company, and we have seen other company yesterday actually here, which has a very nice technology for sirtuin-6. Sirtuin-6 is one of the major DNA repair genes, and we plan to start some type of case studies with that type of therapy next year. So imagine that we can further improve function by reducing DNA damage. The next company I wanted to mention, and still we have 35 or more companies in portfolio, so these are just examples, is a company called Senesca, and they have a very unique approach to senescent cells. So we have learned yesterday that what are senescent cells, and it's better to get rid of them. But the company here, they have a very innovative approach that they can actually reverse senescent state back to the normal, even younger state of the cell, right? There are multiple stages of senescent cells, and they can reverse first 2 or maybe 3 stages of that process back to the younger form. And they already have a lot of success. They have 2 formulations. One is expected to be like for internal function or systemic rejuvenation, and they have a light version which is already licensed by L'Oreal in the form of the cream, right? So you can buy it for your skin, or will be. It's not yet on the market, but it will be soon. So this is Senesca. The next one you may know about telomeres, and then having a right length of telomeres is very important. So not too short, or not to have too many short telomeres. There is some statistics behind that. So the company Rejuvenation Technologies, they have an mRNA therapy to regrow, to induce telomerase and regrow our telomeres, possibly within hours. So in animal experiment, they have seen these effects within hours. So now we are arranging an experiment that we can actually use selected clients, patients to provide their cells, their real living cells, to test this technology, because we have their measurements, so we can see their how the therapy affect their real cells. I think that it's the last one I wanted to talk about, the company Mitrix. It is a more futuristic technology, again, about mitochondrial function. Basically, what they are developing is a form of mitochondria infusion. Imagine then the company will take your mitochondria, make them younger, and multiply them in a bioreactor, and you can get them in the form of the infusion. Obviously, it's a complicated technology. We cannot infuse mitochondria like naked, so there must be some coating and some other issues. But eventually, this may become like a life-changing technology, especially for very old people, because the energy is a number one aging driver, or ATP production. And if you have a lot of damage, the body cannot repair that because it's lacking energy. So they are going to do the first experiment in New York very soon with three volunteers, plus they are treating one child with rare mitochondria disease. So we are proud of that. Okay, so what time I have?
You still have 8 minutes.
8 minutes, okay, great. So maybe one more, like a blinded Clotto case study here, because I found it really interesting. One of our test patients is a 67 years old man. Typically when he came, I believe it was mid of January. He was very tight, exhausted entrepreneur, doing business with various countries, in a lot of alcohol in the past, really like a damaged man. And we started with this integrative therapeutic process, setting the normal, and then we applied Clotto in March. And end of March, he started the transformation, and basically soon he really, demonstrated very similar effects as we have seen before. So lost fat, gained muscles, multiply mitochondria function. Even his testosterone levels doubled. Clotto has a significant impact on inflammation biomarkers, reducing inflammation or systemic inflammation biomarkers. He again, starts sleeping right. His headaches were gone. And when I was speaking with him last time, He's like a new. He starts running again, right, after like maybe 20 years. So it's an amazing transformation. Hopefully we can demonstrate in more people later on. So if you want to contact me, here's the address. And now, if you have any questions, please.
Okay, fantastic talk. And let's see. We have a few minutes. Maybe we have questions.
Hi. Very interesting. Thank you. So regarding all these interventions, like how many of them, like you can do clinical trials and everything, under the assumptions that aging is not a disease, and like this problem other speakers mentioned yesterday.
Right. So that's exactly the main purpose we built the clinic. To use every possible means to conduct trials or case studies for aging, not for a disease. So we are, we have multiple locations. So we are always trying to find a way how to make it align with regulations, but still keep the target we want to see. So we are definitely not focused on disease. And the clinical trials are typically or eventually used by the biotech company, not by us. So we are supporting them. It could be like a dual-use clinical trial. So for example, they can do phase 1, so they can prove safety, but we can actually measure a lot of biomarkers around that, because that's the principle of what we do, right? So we have like a much broader set of biomarkers, starting from DNA through epigenetics and whatever you can imagine, based on these from these participants, so we can derive much more important information for aging. Even the primary clinical trial endpoint is safety.
So, for example, in the Cloto treatment, like anyone can try to get it, or is it
no, it's
part
not
of a trial? Or
it's not at that phase yet, right? So I think that the first, I would say, possibility for commercial access will be at or in certain territories next year. It will not be US or Europe, or I don't know. I'm not so much familiar with the regulations here in Israel. But lately, we are definitely will try to or fast track this therapy to get access for people as soon as possible. Obviously, clinical trials is a different way of how you can access it, but it depends, right, on the specific project.
Thank you.
Does it work? Yeah, it works. So, any other questions? If you don't, I have several questions. So first of all, I would like to. So this is the Cloto. Yesterday was very interested in Cloto. When Kamina was giving the presentation, so glad to hear this exact case. This case report is very powerful, and for me, I'm a physician, so I always like case report. But first of all, this is only one case. You have done 7 patients. So you used this as an example. I guess it's the best result. So whatever it is, it can help reduce the fat, right? It can reduce weight. I'm so happy. And do you think I can get some? First question. To try it.
Well, we would be super happy, to extend these tests,
right?
but
that's samples,
it's
but
limited.
Of course, it's still the clinical trial. So I have a series of 2 questions. One is the X price. You mentioned of this the grant things. So this X price, usually your award to what kind of technologies? Do you define the application, what kind of modalities? It is diagnosis, treatment, or some other service, any kind of the. So what kind of the technologies that you are supporting? This is the first, and second is what's the how much for each grant you are awarding? I see your 250,000 is for every applicant, every grant for 250, or just altogether 250. So
Right.
this is a question. And the third question is, how do people know you have this ground mechanism? You know, which country you have? Are you only for European country companies, or you also can face the for Israelis, for Americans, for Asian countries? Yes.
Right. Maybe the third question I'll answer first. So we are working with the portfolio companies of LongevityTech.fund, which are mostly US and UK companies. But
this fund is the money comes from.
Yeah, we have two funds. The first was European. The second one is US based. So it's we are really working globally, right? Even we are planning to do a lot more in Asia, right?
Okay.
So there are no geographic limits. We would love to cooperate if there is any. So our goal is to solve aging, right? So not to play games with some geographies or anything like that. So this is for the third question. For the question about X Prize. So X Prize was really established to demonstrate, the success of so-called
early start
curing aging, not to get approval for a specific technology or do some like a typically narrow focus. So they love the competition jury or the scientific board. They love the integrative approach. So it's not about one technology. Obviously, Clotho, which is part of that, is a very important part, because I cannot imagine that it could be like a 60-70% of the effect, but it's not like you cannot say, okay, I will do 5 things and everything will give me like a 20% of the age effect I want. It's not working that way. The human biology is very complicated. All is basically, there is a bidirectional causality. So our approach is really to find a personalized way for every participant, which may differ from all the other participants. So there is always combination of technologies, topped by Clotho and maybe eventually some other technologies. So this is where we eventually expect this effect of reducing the biomarkers of the equivalent of 15 to 20 years, which is a scientifically defined goal. They have a measurements, how you can measure that, the prize is distributed. The semi-final group is there were 600 applicants, 600 teams.
600 applicants
from around the world.
You choose 40.
And we are one of the 40 which has been chosen as a semi-final group. We received $250K to do
Each
this.
Of them.
To do this proof of concept clinical trial, which is happening right now, and. Then they select the top 10 from these 40 to go to the final. And these top 10, each one will receive $1 million for conducting this final clinical trial.
€1 million. Okay.
And only after the results of the final clinical trial, the rest of the prize, like 80-something millions, will be distributed based on the results, right? So that's the principle.
So this mechanism is really very encouraging. So I'm sure a lot of young physicians or scientists here, and I hope you can contact Peter to get more information and try to apply for this kind of the funding. It's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and I'm very glad that you are including Asian countries as well. So our second presentation will be given by Arseniy. So thank you so much. And he is from European Society of Prevention, Regenerative, and Anti-Aging Medicine. His presentation will be the roadmap to longevity medicine development. So thank you so much for coming.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to congratulate, first of all, Ilia on behalf of European Society of Preventive, Regenerative, and Anti-Aging Medicine. We work together with International Longevity Alliance, and I'm second time present on these conferences. And I'm very happy that we have very professional talks yesterday. And today I would like to make a short review of 20 years history of anti-aging medicine in Europe and translation to longevity medicine, and make some definitions of longevity medicine to speak about methodology, science, and clinical approaches of our association in Europe and other countries. Today we have the following structure. Our president is Professor Vittorio Calabrese, is one of the leading scientists from Italy and in Europe. Our office is located in Geneva, Switzerland, and our official address is Cyprus, Larnaca. And we have a strong team in Cyprus, and the next talk will be from Georgios Mitrou, my partner and friend, who will present also our activity. And Ilia Stambler is responsible for our international cooperation with the 70 organizations which are managed under International Longevity Alliance. Also, we have a business partner, Professor Mike Chan from Malaysia, who is responsible for cell therapies, xenotransplants, and his products are presented more than in 80 countries. And also we'll see today the Marios Kyriazis, also professor from Cyprus, the president of National Gerontology Society Cyprus. Longevity medicine methodology. We consider the current healthy longevity medicine as all medical methods that are aimed at delaying, stopping, or reversing age-related processes in the body. It's a holistic approach that leads to increased vitality, improved quality of life, and health longevity. In 2023, we celebrated 20 years anniversary of our association, and for this moment, we have collected all our experience for the last 20 years and published a book which is called Handbook of Anti-Aging Medicine. It's more than 600 pages. It's 4 main parts, theoretical aspects of anti-aging medicine with very strong presentations from Professor Calagera Caruso about his experiment with centenarians in Italy and supercentenarians, also Vittorio Calabrese and Professor Manuel Castilla from Spain and other colleagues from main European countries. Also, part 2, it's advances in regenerative aesthetic medicine, then personalized preventive medicine, and possible interventions in anti-aging today. With the enthusiasm of Ilia Stambler, after our first conference, Longevity Nations, which happened 2 years ago here, he proposed to make a next book, Handbook on Longevity Medicine, the roadmap, and this book was published last year. I'm very proud of this, and here is the concept of this book, and the main contribution for this book was done by Ilia and his team, and also many colleagues, more than 30 specialists from United States who are leaders in this area today. And when we also, it's very important to mention that International Longevity Alliance is our strong partner, and Ilia created the scientific group led by our medical director, Georgios Mitrou, and this year they prepared the document which is called Statement Good Practices in Health and Longevity Medicine. And I think Georgios Mitrou will mention about this. If we go in international cooperation, we can say that today the most valuable and great association, the most valuable association in China, more than 30,000 specialists in China today, and 2 years ago the big review, more than 100 pages, was prepared by our Chinese colleagues, and we can see that in this pyramid of health and longevity, at the bottom we'll see the basic mechanism of aging, which we are discussing today. Then we go to the organism level, and on the top we speak only about organ. But in the clinical medicine, usually we start from organ of the person and then looking for the organ which is responsible for the disease. We don't speak about molecular mechanism and pathways of the problem. Also, we follow this integrative concept from the mechanism of aging to organ level, and then our goal to create different sets of biological age clocks, which will give us the idea of deep integrative clock of age of the body. And of course, we understand that all basic mechanisms of aging are interconnected, and they bring to pathological aging. We define the normal aging or physiological aging and pathological aging, which is the cause of chronic age-related disease. And if we speak about science, then our main interest is hormesis, molecular and cellular aging, the role of microbiome, neuronal aging, genetic and epigenetic alterations. And our leader in this field is Professor Stathis Gonas from Athens, Greece, who was the General Director of Pasteur Institute and the President of Hellenic Gerontology Society. And our friend Alex Zhavrankov made a startup several years ago in London, which was called Deep Longevity, and regarding the concept which was prepared by our and my friend and partner Alexei Moskalyov, one of the leading specialists in the world in this field. We started from geriatric medicine and then through geroscience. In several years, in 2030, we'll arrive at longevity medicine. We're still on the period of personalized and preventive medicine today. And one of the core mechanisms of aging today is chronic inflammation. The first article was published by our colleague, Professor Claudio Franceschi, in 2000, 25 years ago. And today, among 20 main mechanisms of aging, chronic inflammation is as a core mechanism. And we can say that if we have instruments to cure chronic inflammation or to compensate chronic inflammation, then we can manage our biological age. And on this strategy, the most important for us is to create different tools, software, programs, and models to define biomarkers. And with these biomarkers of age, we can use it for monitoring the effectiveness of our interventions and treatments. And when we speak about design methods for biomarkers, we usually use with our colleagues from Nizhny Novgorod, the laboratory which is headed by Professor Claudio Franceschi and Professor Mikhail Ivanchenko, the artificial intelligence methods, which define us for different organs and with different software methods, the bio-age of organ or the system. And what is the most important that today we have skill to not to use artificial intelligence as a black box on the left and to measure the bio-age, but we can also interpret all the parameters which is included in this software model. And here you can see this graphics which we create, and we can see that we examine the correlation between chronological age and biological age, and you can see this chart that we can examine the influence of each parameter we are measuring in our model on the accelerated or delayed aging. This is our biomarker development strategy, and in 2030 we are expecting to have explanation for fundamental mechanism of aging, to create all the set of necessary molecular and genetic analysis which we use in our clinical practice. And also one of our main goals is to create the individual track of aging for each of our patients. We expect that in 2030 we will see this database for each person with molecular tests, biobanking of different fluids, and clinical and physiological tests, which will give us the following map, 3D map of a person, and we can see more than 25 different biomarkers on the body, and we can examine all age-related disease through major functional systems, and to find these red dots, it's the organs which are have accelerated age. And our goal is to find the most suitable interventions to compensate or to move transfer these red dots into yellow or green dots. And this is our dream team in creating age biomarkers models, headed by Professor Claudio Franceschi and software professor in software and mathematics Mikhail Vanchenko. And a few slides about our clinical directions. First of all, it's, as it was already mentioned, analytics, personalized nutrition, neuronal aging, and social, cultural, and technological developments. And today I work as a chief scientific officer in the Mria Resort. It's located in the island Crimea in Black Sea, and this project is sponsored by the main Russian bank, Sberbank. And we can see the three models of bio-age measurements which we are using today. It's FENA age with 9 blood parameters, cognitive age with 5 physiological tests, and cardio age with 35 biomarkers, and the possibility to examine the main risks for cardiovascular system. And also we are testing 3 mobile apps like MyMedHub, Biodata, Biogenome, and our goal is to collect the data with these mobile applications and to create individual tracks of aging for each of our guests. By myself in 2022 in our European clinic orthobiotic in Athens, I made gene expression tests, which I believe will be the major test in the future for such results and longevity clinics. And in these 5 genes, I was analyzed also clotted gene, and we can see either it's overexpressed or lower expressed, and follow to the company, to the presentation which was before me. And this is our European reference longevity clinic, one of the best today, Shen-Orr Palace, which is located on Lake Lucerne. It's more than 200 medical specialists, 90 rooms, and I'm proud that the member of our ESAM board, George Gaetano, is the general manager of this project, and he's made an excursion for me 2 years ago, and what was the most important statement, that only healthy people are going to this resort. They are not taking care of people with some severe disease, and they ask your medical review before going to this resort. And in our Mria Resort project, it's Mria Life Institute or Institute of Active Longevity. We are doing several projects. One of them is Longevity Sleep Lab. We have more than 10 interventions which correct stress and improve the quality of sleep. With the different gadgets and mobile apps, we monitor the physical activity, we monitor the different phases of sleep, and we are trying to create a database of duration of different phases of sleep for different ages. And also we are using a digital nutrition approach to create personalized menu for each patient in our Cosmo restaurant. And one of the most modern examinations which I am doing with my colleagues, it's we test different types of red wines, and today we had tested for the last 2 years more than 20 types. We do biochemical analysis, and this month we started a clinical approach in Yalta Central Carotology Institute, with 30 patients who are drinking every day 100 milligrams of our special wine. You can see we have made this non-alcoholic wine, Crimean Longevity, and you can notice that antioxidant capacity 177 is higher 50% with normal alcoholic red wine, and also we have 457 milligrams per 100 grams. It means, and the recommended level is from 300 to 600 polyphenols or flavonoids, which we need to compensate our oxidative stress. It means that you should drink only 100 grams of this non-alcoholic wine in order to compensate your oxidative stress. And this is my favorite slide, presented to me by Professor, former president of YESAM, European Society, dermatologist Christos Zouboulis, 2 twins, age 63, and I wish everybody in this room to look like this lady on the right. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. This is very fun. That everybody would like to be on the right, not left of. And I was told, in China, so many people, in order to make their face look a little bit younger, they can spend all of their money. They can just empty their pocket and their family. It's really interesting, though. But anyway, so any questions for your name is so difficult.
Arseniy.
Arseniy. Arseniy. Arseniy? Okay, just to call you Arseniy.
No,
okay,
Arseniy,
nice.
Arseniy.
So nice, Arseniy. Thank you so much. This is wonderful. Any questions? We do have a few minutes for questions. If I don't see any hands raising, let me ask you a question. So I'm very interested in this longevity sleep lab because nowadays, anybody about the age of 40 will have some sleep apnea, so many things. And my own uncle died of when he was sleeping. So this sleep lab, so it's for what kind of the population, and it's the program of the country program, or who can go there, for example?
First of all, it's the program in this longevity resort, and normally we say that our auditorium is from 25 to 75 years old.
25
to 75.
Oh, to 75.
From 25 to 75,
okay, so
50 years.
What kind of is a healthy?
In the UK, you buy your voucher for a hotel, and then you buy the separate program for 3 or 7 or 10 days. When first 2 days we do different analysis, including a cognitive test, and also we monitor these 2 or 3 days your sleep with Israeli product, which is called WatchPad, and we measure at least 7 major physiological parameters of sleep. And our main goal is not sleep apnea, it's organic problem. But our investigation is dedicated to non-organic problems, which are caused by stress.
Stress, yes. So is this it's only together, altogether 10 days program, right?
Maximum 10 days.
So
minimum it's 3 days.
Is this exceedingly expensive?
Not, it's 100 euro per day. The testing, medical part.
100 what?
Euro. I mean, 10 days, it will cost you 1,000 euro.
10
or
days
3,000
only
shekels.
1,000 because you have the
medical
hotel.
part, medical.
Hotel,
but the hotel, the room of the hotel is from 200 to 500 per day.
So it's not too expensive. This way, I think many people can afford it. I like this kind of program so that people who are interested can go, right?
You ask Ilia and he will...
So Ilia, have you ever been there? That's
Not
great.
yet.
If this is a prize, I would like to apply.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions?
One question here.
And also, I like the fact that you also, in combination with the nutritional treatment, right? So people can get there.
One question from here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, please. Yeah, it's your turn.
Yeah, thank you for this lecture. I would like to know, in terms of, we know that exercise is really important, and we consider exercise maybe a type of medicine. And I would like to know, have you done anything about the secretion that are involved in exercise, such as myokines and exerkines, that then would affect the body, the function, the skeletal muscle, the sarcopenia-related, the aging-related sarcopenia, etc.?
And it's a very nice question, but the short answer is that we consider physical activity as a medical recipe. Our goal that our doctor should recommend you your personal physical activity. this is the main answer, because we don't have a general approach, or it's like fitness. We call it medical fitness, and first you go to medical doctor, a specialist in physical and rehabilitation medicine, then you go through different tests, including stress test, and after we measure different types of bio age, and then we create a personalized physical program. And every day we monitor your program with the ring. Our bank has created its own ring, like our ring, I mean some Russian analog of this, and every guest who is joining this program, he take his own ring and smart ring. And during this 10 days, we analyze all his 24 hours, we analyze his activity, including his sleep.
Okay. Any continue?
Commercially available?
Yes.
Yes, very
it's
very
available,
nice
yes.
program. And I also like the program for red wine. If we have time, we'll discuss
Yes.
later.
Next time.
So the red line.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arseniy. Okay, thank you so much again. Thank you, thank you. Now, our third presentation will be given by Dr. Georgios. Okay, so it's you now. I saw you yesterday, and he's from International Longevity Alliance, and his presentation title will be "Good Practices in Healthy Longevity Medicine." Thank you so much for coming. So you can use this. Mm-hmm.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. I would like, first of all, to thank the organizing committee and, of course, my strong friend and collaborator, Ilia Stambler, to be here today. And, of course, I would like to give my sincere gratitude to Arseniy and Marios Kyriazis, who were the first persons who introduced me in the longevity field a few years ago. The bug of longevity hit me, and that's why I'm here today, which I will have the opportunity to introduce you in the best practices and protocols by the International Longevity Alliance, which is the first time presenting in the world a kind of a protocol that would be used and implemented in our daily practice. I'm an internal medicine consultant, diabetologist, gerontologist, and also medical ozone therapist. And I would like to show you today and introduce you what we can have in our daily practice. So, a few words about healthy longevity medicine. Is an emerging field, of course, focused on delaying the age-associated decline through personalized treatments with potential to significantly improve healthcare trajectories. However, it remains hindered by the absence of clear and agreed definitions, certifications from medical boards and medical authorities, standardized protocols, and established regulatory frameworks. The present work is a position paper collectively created by medical professionals and senior members of the International Longevity Alliance, considering public protocols and good practices of healthy longevity medicine, aiming to address some of the open issues. Though not final or determinative, this collective work aims to suggest current state of recommendations on how to assess and improve existing definitions and standards in this rapidly developing and crucial medical field. There is growing recognition that degenerative aging, broadly understood as the physical degeneration associated with chronological aging, represents the main challenge for global health, as pathological aging is arguably the main risk factor or underlying cause of all major chronic, disabling, and life-threatening diseases. To develop effective interventions to prevent and treat degenerative aging processes and related diseases, and to extend healthy longevity, much fundamental clinical research is still required to establish theoretical visibility of proposed interventions and test them on model organisms. Such fundamental research has been commonly termed geroscience. Following fundamental research, the next step is to translate the proposed interventions into effective, safe, and accessible medical procedures that can prevent and ameliorate adverse aging processes and related diseases and broadly extend healthy longevity. Such medical interventions have been initially termed as longevity medicine and their providers as longevity clinics and longevity physicians. The standards in such practice are still undefined. Conditions that constitute evidence or good practice for a longevity intervention are equally varied and ill-defined, and there is a clear need to bring more structure into this variety to attempt to develop basic criteria and guidelines. In the absence of theoretical justification, expert opinion can be used operationally as a guiding direction considering developments of good practices, protocols, and evaluation criteria in healthy longevity medicine. This urgent need brought the latest edition of a position paper exploring these topics, collectively created by medical professionals, senior members of the International Longevity Alliance, in which we present some initial discussion for such recommendations. By no means exhaustive, it is intended to establish grounds for further discussion, expansion, and enhancement. Based on the expert opinions of members of the International Longevity Alliance, a global healthy longevity promoting umbrella organization that includes over 70 non-profit organizations and social enterprises working in over 70 countries, including several medical associations, research foundations, and public health groups, we suggest that good practices in healthy longevity medicine should include elements outlined in this position paper. Based on the present expert opinion, the aims of the Healthy Longevity Medicine Service are to promote health, wellness, healthy longevity and disease prevention, promote healthier lifestyles and habits, enable early and preventive intervention in age-related diseases, enhance health span, the period of life in good quality health, optimize health span by effectively targeting aging processes across the lifespan, resulting in measurable improvements in health outcomes, functional capacity, and overall quality of life. Promote and support scientific research in the field of healthy longevity medicine, including collaboration with academic institutions and research centers. Foster a partnership between clinical practice and basic research, ensuring that the latest geroscience discoveries are rapidly integrated into patient care, while also providing researchers with valuable clinical insights and access to real-world data, accelerating innovation and enabling development of first-in-class interventions. Such support ethical, equitable, and globally accessible delivery of geroscience-based interventions addressing the underlying processes of aging, ensuring that advancements in healthy longevity medicines are implemented with fairness and cultural sensitivity and contribute to reducing health disparities across populations. Engage in development of recommendations and policy strategies that support initiatives and investments in research on longevity and healthy aging, integrating various scientific disciplines such as medicine, biology, technology, psychology, and sociology to achieve the broadest possible approach to the challenges of longevity. Establish and allow external validation of standardized protocols and measurable benchmarks for assessing the safety, efficacy, and quality of longevity interventions, laying the groundwork for professional certification, regulation, and evidence-based clinical guidelines in the emerging field of longevity medicine. The primary goal of longevity medicine are to preserve the life and health in old age, to extend the health span, and the period of life during which a person is generally healthy and free from severe disease or disability, as you have already listened. This encompasses the quality of life, functional independence, and the ability to engage in daily activities without significant health-related limitations. The goal is more than just living longer. It is about optimizing those additional years to ensure they are healthy, active, and fulfilling. Longevity medicine includes personalized, preventive, augmentative, and curative medicine encompassing biogerontology, geroscience, regenerative medicine, precision and functional medicine employing advanced computation and biomedicine. Longevity medicine aims to optimize health and health span by targeting aging process throughout one's lifespan, and this innovative approach combines preventive and therapeutic medical practice and methods, encompassing a broad spectrum of diagnostic and interventions. The importance of longevity medicine lies in its potential to revolutionize healthcare by shifting the focus from reactive to anticipatory care, from disease treatment to proactive health diagnostics, optimization and age-related disease prevention by applying zero diagnostics and zero interventions or zero therapeutics. Longevity medicine differs from general preventive care by its focus on aging biomarkers, zero science interventions and therapies and methods aiming at extending health span and lifespan and delaying the onset of age-related diseases. Briefly, longevity medicine is a personalized approach to healthcare addressing the underlying causes of aging based on the understanding that aging is not a single process but rather a collection of interconnected processes that can be targeted for intervention. Comprehensive diagnostic images and records could optimally be obtained evaluating the biological age of complex biological organs and systems and other medical data. Available data should be used to create individualized long-term patients programs which take into account the individual's health status, sex, and age. Such data aggregation and approach enhances precision, reduces risk, and accelerates the optimization of longevity strategies. Even though longevity medicine is founded upon research of an extremely complex and in-depth nature, medical practitioners are frequently left uncertain as to the actions they can take for their patients in the present moment. A pragmatic protocol for assessment, examination, and laboratory testing aimed at promoting longevity in primary health care should combine elements from international guidelines in such a field. It is vital to recognize the significance of early detection and risk management as these factors of greater importance than isolated disease screening. Into the field of longevity medicine, the analysis of biomarkers of aging should be utilized as this had been shown to correlate with and predict aging health trajectory and mortality and indicates the effectiveness of intervention for the improvement of health and functional capacity for the long term. In this regard, it should be emphasized that currently biomarkers of aging are not standardized and currently there are no fully consensus-based or axiomatic biomarkers of aging. Many of the putative biomarkers of aging are still of investigatory nature. Examples: molecular biomarkers, physiological biomarkers, digital biomarkers, imaging techniques, and body composition analysis. Biological age is a measure of how well or how poorly a person's body or body parts are functioning in comparison to the chronological age. Biological age scales are considered a more accurate predictor of health status and mortality risk than chronological age itself. Factors influencing biological age include genetics and epigenetics, in part due to lifestyle choices, environmental exposures, and the accumulation of molecular and cellular damage over time. And as the field is evolving, there are many more experimental and commercial biological age tests becoming available, though their accuracy and reliability are still being studied. As virtually any biological and physiological parameter changes with age and can potentially serve as a biomarker of aging, there is a need to select the most informative yet economical panels of biomarkers. A biomarker of aging is a measurable characteristic that can be used to assess the aging process. Biomarkers of aging can be utilized to track the process of aging, identify people who are at risk for age-related diseases, and measure the effectiveness of longevity promoting and health span promoting interventions. The ideal biomarker of aging would be simple, inexpensive, and accurate way to measure the aging process. And then, of course, we come to the longevity interventions. Longevity interventions are extending and just emerging. They may utilize personalized lifestyle interventions such as physical, cognitive, anti-stress, exercise, red light therapy or cryotherapy, hyperbaric oxygen chambers, hypoxic training, sauna, increasing health and general well-being based on the best available evidence of efficacy and safety. The kinds and numbers of interventions and their combinations can be virtually unlimited, including nutritional supplements, social and environmental interventions, lifestyle modification interventions, and so on. These interventions may or may not be effective as a standalone intervention, but they can complement pharmacological interventions to enhance longevity. It should be emphasized that with the current state of knowledge, there are no proven interventions that will guarantee with certainty the extension of longevity or healthy longevity. Designated interventions as longevity interventions is methodologically difficult given the limited evidence, especially for the length term. Some of the longevity medical services already have a strong evidence base and are being implemented. Others are only developing such an evidence base and should emphasize the research status with appropriate informed consent. Of course, many controversies remain and further research is still needed to validate the effectiveness of particular therapies and their personalized regimens. These interventions may include several techniques that can be tailored to meet unique health needs and goals and ensure the best outcomes following accredited up-to-date medical protocols by recognized scientific associations. Such interventions may include neuromodulation, transdermal electrical auricular stimulation, pulsed electromagnetic fields, photobiomodulation, medical oxygen ozone therapy for optimal application in clinical medicine following COT protocols, the hyperbaric oxygen therapy and hypoxic training, the cranial electrical stimulation, transcranial direct current stimulation, repeated transcranial magnetic stimulation, the low lead light treatment, zero magnetotherapy used also in Asian countries, advanced glycation and products, risk assessment, and therapeutics using Aegis breakers used in the European Union, chelation therapy, DROM set PAT test assessment, very important for oxidative stress and oxidation modulating supplementation, glutathione and NAD testing analysis and personalized therapy, peptides and peptides bioregulators, neurocognitive enhancement and rehabilitation with the neurogym brain training used in Canada, genetic and epigenetic screening and therapeutics, gut microbiome testing, screening, health dashboard analytics, and personalized therapeutics, and of course, various putative geroprotective medications. However, in the manuscript, in the ILA position paper, we do not advocate the use of those or other specific interventions in clinical care, but rather provide examples that are currently proposed by researchers in the scientific literature. It should be noted that under certain evidence-based medical protocols, the medical oxygen ozone therapy, photobiomodulation, and other means, alone or in combination may induce mitohormesis, a term used to define a biological response where the induction of a reduced amount of mitochondrial stress leads to an increment in health and viability within a cell, tissue, or organism. For this reason, such techniques are now approved for the field of regenerative medicine. The identification and description of pathways and molecules implicated in the beneficial effects of mitohormesis will help understand the complex balance between death and survival in the face of mitochondrial damage and will open new fields of therapy aimed at improving health in humans. And why? Because in research and medicine there is continuity. We have discussed in 2005 the adaptive cows by Goblin, and after 20 years we have used this theory with a medical oxygen ozone treatment, which may be, it is involved and refers to what is exactly adaptive house, refers to a state of controlled, complex, and flexible behavior exhibited by healthy biological systems, and it seems that the base of mitohormesis can be used for medical treatment. Longevity medicine is essentially a research-based and research-coupled enterprise. Hence, facilitating medical longevity research is of vital importance. Among the conditions for producing valid, widely applicable, as well as personalizable results in diagnosis and treatment, wide and diverse inclusion of research subjects must be ensured, ideally including all ages, genders, races, and ethnicities, and socioeconomic statuses. The field of longevity medicine seeks to redefine the concept of aging as a treatable condition, thereby shifting the healthcare paradigm from a focus on disease treatment to a more proactive stance that emphasizes prevention and optimization. The objective of this approach is to extend the health span, and continued advancements in comprehensive, non-invasive diagnostics, innovative gene therapies, stem cell therapy, 3D bioprinting of biomaterials and organs, medical nanotechnology, biotechnological and artificial intelligence medical implications are unavoidably accelerating the translational process of the innovative technologies to the clinic. This will position longevity medicine with its proactive and preventive approaches increasingly close to mainstream medicine with accessible longevity treatments for everyone in the future public clinics. The demographic trend of an aging population is a crucial driver for investment in the field. As the global population is aging, there is a growing demand for innovative solutions to address age-related diseases and conditions. There is an increasing recognition of the economic and social benefits of the investment in longevity. Longer lifespan and healthier lives can improve productivity, reduce healthcare costs, and increase economic growth. Additionally, a growing awareness of the social challenges and ethical responsibilities in an aging population has led to a greater focus on developing solutions to improve health span and quality of life in later years. Moreover, the development of medical technologies is accelerating, creating diversified and synergistic opportunities to intervene into aging processes. And the structure of the longevity ecostructure should be versatile and adaptable to keep pace with rapidly developing longevity technology. So it's not so simple. And why it is an imperative need? Because for the first time in history, the over 50s have overtaken the under 15s, and by 2030, 1 billion people will be over 65. So it's the time to act. Longevity ecosystem aims to transform the science of aging into innovative therapies that brings together academic, clinical, and industry research through clinical trials and public-private partnerships. Longevity clinics have emerged, though, globally in response to increasing demand for personalized preventive healthcare. Although the concept of proactive aging care is attractive, this remains serious concerns about the scientific and ethical foundations of these clinics. Many operate outside conventional medical systems and lack connections to academic neuroscience. This disconnection allows them to market expensive interventions without sufficient clinical validation, often lacking accuracy or clear clinical value. Without proper guidelines, clients may receive advice that is confusing or not scientifically supported. This can reduce, though, the public trust in the broader field of longevity research. A program may cost from 10,000 to 100,000 euros per year, limiting access to wealthy individuals while leaving out population most at risk for premature aging we have to screen and treat. To ensure these clinics contribute positively to health innovation, greater collaboration with academic researchers, adoption of standardized protocols, increased transparency, and work toward regulatory clarity is essential. Broader access must also be considered by developing scalable and more affordable models, possibly through partnerships with public health systems. Ultimately, longevity clinics represent both a major opportunity and a serious concern. If integrated responsibly with science, policy, and public health, they could support a shift toward personalized preventive healthcare. Without this alignment, however, they risk reinforcing inequality and weakening the credibility of the science behind aging research. And here are the other patients about the bridging the population expects. Overcoming also, we have to overcome the clinical inertia. I can also add the scientific inertia, because as I have told you, it's time to act. these barriers like lack of time, lack of resources, lack of training and education, suboptimal patient medication, and taking behavior and perceptions about a patient's ability and willingness to follow treatment protocols, such as also therapeutic regimen, concerns and management of comorbidities, have to be overpassed. Education is crucial in such case. We have also to manage the growing shortage of physicians and especially internists. It's a period we have a really severe shortage of physicians in internal medicine. So maybe education, maybe artificial intelligence will give us also a hand in such a crucial problem. There is a significant and growing shortage of internists driven by factors like an aging population needing more care and the burnout crisis. This shortage is projected to worsen, leading to longer wait times and reduced access to care for patients. Solutions being discussed include expanding residency slots, reforming reimbursement systems, and addressing administrative burdens to improve working conditions, and the retention is very important. Behind these statistics are physicians stretched thin, trying to do right by patients with far too little time. Doctors want to give complex patients the attention they deserve, but in today's system, where appointments often last just minutes, that's nearly impossible. And other papers which have bring in the emergence this problem. In conclusion, the development of the foundational principles of longevity medicine is an imperative need, and their practical implementation is a continuous work in progress and is expected to remain work in progress for years and decades to come. These principles and implementations will continue to be elaborated via collective expert opinion with an ever-increasing use of operational field evidence as well as rational theoretical substantiation. Not only biological and medical premises, but also societal, regulatory, and cultural premises will be further elaborated and require systemic solutions. With an ever-expanding and improving theoretical and practical basis, longevity medicine is expected, even relied on, to provide critical benefits for public and individual health by implementing preventive strategies for aging-related mortality and morbidity, extending the productive and enjoyable period of life. Thus, it is expected, even relied on, to provide not just massive health benefits, but also vast societal and humanitarian benefits in the rapidly aging societies, creating practical solutions for the challenge of aging. It is hoped that the present consultation, the ILA position paper, the ILA best practices and protocols in healthy longevity medicine will contribute to the advancement and accomplishment of these goals. And here is the paper and the book we expect in the next year. And I would like to share the floor with Ilia for this great achievement, because it's been really a very, very good teamwork. Thank you very much for listening.
So great. This is such a comprehensive and very informational things. I would like to remember every word you say, really. I will definitely learn more after this. And Ilia, you're going to have a question? Okay, please. Some other questions? Please be prepared.
First of all, thank you very much, Georgios. That was a great collaborative work. Just some additional information. This is a paper, as you can see, co-authored by 25 world-leading experts in longevity, including several authors here, including Jing Bao, including Evelyn, myself, Georgios. So we tried to summarize the current state of the art, and it will be part of a new book that will come out in a few months, called Health and Longevity Policies and Practices, part of the Springer Nature, a series on healthy aging and longevity, where I have the honor to be the editor of this particular volume. Just a little bit promotion, prepare to buy this book, including this paper. And my question, it's not only comment, my question to Georgios, how do you see, very briefly, how do you see the future of this project? How do you see the future development, implementation, both of the position paper on best practices and of International Longevity Alliance Medical Scientific Committee?
Thank you very much, Ilia, for the question. The answer will be very short. It depends on us. And when I talk, it depends on us or everybody who is being, let's say, engaged in the field of longevity medicine. Researchers, scientists, physicians, authorities, public health systems, everybody, because demographic aging is here. It's not something we talk for tomorrow, it's today.
It's great, thank you. We have more questions, please.
First of all, thank you. It was extremely fascinating. As a clinician, I'm asking myself, by the end, what will get? Guidelines like hypertension, so when someone comes to me, I know how to manage him longevity-wise, and will it be applicable to the general public, I mean primary care population, because nowadays it seems like most testings and biomarkers are out of reach of the general population.
Exactly. So nothing can go on if we don't have the basic levels of preventive medicine and primary care. So first we have to check weight, exercise, hypertension, blood glucose, lipids profile, and of course to have the profile of the patient, the stress levels, the sleep quality of life, because we cannot talk about further adjustments if we have not finished with the basic medicine. It's very important. So it depends on us, and of course it needs education, it needs conferences, seminars, workshops. It's not just we have the paper together. Okay, we have the paper. From now on, what? It depends on us. We have to collaborate and we have to go on. The next step has to be discussed and promoted. But it depends on us.
Actually very insightful question. This is also the question that we always ask. That's why we need to try. Any more questions? Okay, if not, thank you so much again for this wonderful presentation. Thank you. So we are doing well on this session's timing. We have, beside myself's talk, there will be one talk by Fiona Miller, who is not going to be here, right? So maybe we can do a recording for her presentation, and then I will give my presentation, and then we will conclude this session. Okay, so Ilia.
Yes, and I will add that also Fiona is a long-time supporter of this conference with the quadraScope, and by the way, also is Petr. So thanks for that. Thanks for helping to make this possible. And here's Fiona's talk.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Fiona Miller, and I'm managing partner at quadraScope Ventures. We are a venture fund in Boston, investing in healthcare companies that are developing treatments for diseases by addressing the hallmarks of aging. I will provide an update on our industry. At this summer's ARDD conference in Copenhagen, for the first time we saw longevity healthcare move into the mainstream. Big Pharma, Eli Lilly, and Novo Nordisk use language such as first longevity drug and proven longevity medicine, referring to their obesity drugs. Obesity is like a hallmark of aging in that it is the root cause of many diseases, including type 2 diabetes, heart attack and stroke, fatty liver, chronic kidney disease, and Alzheimer's. And just like a longevity drug, it had to be approved for a disease first, and only later as a treatment for the root cause of other diseases. And just like longevity therapies, obesity drugs are now being used off-label by healthy individuals. Today, dozens of pharma companies are in human trials to cure diseases by treating the hallmarks of aging, such as cellular senescence, chronic inflammation, and mitochondrial dysfunction. Here's our chief scientist, Dr. Jose Navarro Betancourt, delving into the causal relationship between the hallmarks of aging and disease.
So mitochondrial dysfunction is a key hallmark of aging. You may actually need to fix mitochondria before addressing the other hallmarks of aging. The essence is that all the hallmarks of aging are interconnected with each other. But some researchers argue that some hallmarks are more fundamental than others. And in the case of mitochondria, there is an argument to be made that if the cells don't have the right amount, the right capacity to produce energy, other interventions might fail. So in that sense, it might be ideal to fix mitochondrial dysfunction as the first hallmark of aging. So why are mitochondria so important? Mitochondria are literally the most effective way that cells have to produce energy. Mitochondria are actually very dynamic organelles. They can fuse and they can divide among themselves, and they can also physically interact with other organelles, including the cell membrane. So perhaps a better way to understand mitochondria are as signaling hubs. These signaling hubs coordinate energy production with other processes relevant for the cell. There has been a very big catalyst for the whole mitochondrial field or the mitochondrial therapeutics field. The FDA granted accelerated approval to Forcinity, which is a drug by Stealth Biotherapeutics. So Forcinity is the first FDA-approved treatment that directly targets mitochondrial dysfunction. And this is also the first disease-modifying therapy for Barth syndrome, which is a mitochondrial disease. So this is a big deal because it will pave the way for other mitochondrial targeted therapies to enter the market. They actually got accelerated approval based on a functional biomarker. In this case, the muscle function, and they specifically measured the knee extensor muscle strength, so basically the thigh. And based on this readout, they were able to convince the FDA that this drug could be potentially disease modifying and produce a clinical benefit to patients. A key message for investors is that treatments that actually target or restore or preserve mitochondrial function can be truly transformative, both as disease-modifying therapies and even as interventions to extend health span before a disease becomes clinically evident. Now, how do we know that the treatment actually restores or preserves mitochondrial function? That is where the mechanism of action becomes really important. And you need to ask yourself, is this company actually treating a root cause of disease in the sense of the hallmarks of aging, or are they treating a late consequence, a symptom of mitochondrial dysfunction? XPRIZE Health Span is a worldwide competition for a $101 million prize to a company that can reverse human aging. 3 of our portfolio companies made semifinals. Immunis, Advantage, and Healthy Longevity Clinic were among only 40 semifinalists out of more than 700 competing teams. The Immunis has a secretome product produced by immune system stem cells. So what's a secretome? So a secretome product is the collection of all the secretions of a cell, in this case, an immune system stem cell. And in the case of Immunis, they have around 400 components, over 400 components actually. And these include proteins, lipids, and nucleic acids, and everything that the cell produces except the cells, obviously. This is a cell-free product. And what Immunis is trying to fix is trying to replace all the secretions that your immune system produces when you're younger, and stops producing it somewhere along the way. So basically, they are targeting a very, very upstream or a very, very early stage in immune system dysfunction. So So basically, Immunis is looking at this really root cause of the root cause of disease, or like the root cause of the hallmark of aging. So this secretome component, 400 plus proteins, fixes inflammation in a way that a single molecule cannot. This is really powerful. How they got a hint that the immune system was important is by looking at the satellite cells. And this is an important concept. Satellite cells are like the stem cells of the muscle. And they discovered that interactions of the immune system with these satellite cells are important in helping the muscle grow, or preventing muscle loss in the context of disuse. So the stimulation of these muscle stem cells is one of the, if you want to dive into the mechanism of action of the secretome, that's one of them. It helps the muscle stem cells do what they are supposed to do, and that's maintain and regrow the muscle. Immunis has published research in animals. They have also discovered some effects in adipose tissue, in fat cells. So it seems that the treatment alone makes the fat cells burn fat or get rid of the fat and become smaller. So they actually completed a phase 1/2A clinical trial. It's a study where the main objective is to prove safety, but you're treating patients with a disease, so you can get some preliminary signals of efficacy. So 1/2A. So they treated patients who had knee osteoarthritis and who could not move the knee. So by not being able to move your leg, it's disuse, and that's a cause of muscle atrophy. And in this population of patients, the treatment with Immunis secretome that they call Immuna, the drug, it helped patients reduce the pain. It reduced some markers of cartilage degeneration and improved some quality of life outcomes, which is really, really important, these patient-reported outcomes. We are still waiting to see the whole results, the complete results, because Immunis is still preparing them, but the top-line message is that they were very promising. They were so promising that they actually got clearance for 2 more clinical trials. One trial is it's going to be in the same kind of patients with knee osteoarthritis and immobilization. They are treating muscle atrophy. And a second clinical trial, actually, treating metabolic disease, or treating, the technical term is sarcopenic obesity. So patients who are obese, but who have some level of age-related muscle atrophy.
Here on the right, you see Dr. Carmela Abraham, CSO of Advantage Therapeutics, responsible for clotho mRNA therapy developed in Israel. BioChange is an Israeli company with growing revenue curing periodontal disease in dogs. They have strong testimonies from surgeons who treat the animals. BioChange is the only company reliably regenerating bone and gum in vivo. Golden Scientific uses extensive biomarker data, including proteomics, genomics, and clinical information, to predict and detect a wide range of health conditions, including Alzheimer's, heart disease, immune disorders, cancer, and other conditions. They too have fast-growing revenue, selling their service to individuals and longevity clinics. To make reliable diagnosis and predictions, Golden has amassed an impressive knowledge base for training their machine learning algorithms. The company has access to the UK Biobank, Digital Me OnCommune Immunology dataset, and Dr. Dean Ornish's Alzheimer's dataset. Today, these data sets form one of the most extensive healthcare knowledge bases in the world. Vincherry is developing treatments for Parkinson's and other diseases related to mitochondrial dysfunction. Vincherry's treatments may also address skin aging, acute kidney injury, metabolic disease, diabetic kidney disease, cardiovascular disease, and cancer. In conclusion, we're seeing strong momentum in the longevity market, with Big Pharma entering the field. And Big Pharma is always looking for acquisitions, opening exits for young companies in the audience and in our portfolio. Our portfolio is positioned to deliver substantial returns while helping all of us stay healthy into old age. We welcome limited partners who understand the tremendous potential of longevity medicine. Let's invest in healthy lifespans together.
Yes, so please introduce yourself. I introduce you. China's Policies for Health Longevity and Opportunities for International Collaboration by Jing Bao, MD, PhD, Professor, Longevity Nations Conference. Welcome.
Thank you, Ilia. So I guess I have already introduced myself. I just will not repeat, but by training, actually, I'm a physician scientist, the same as Talamer, right? What's your name? Tamir? Yeah. Itamar, okay, but it's the same as Itamar. I began my career as a physician, as an internist, and I treated many lung diseases patients in China before I came to Israel. So for longevity-related study, actually, I just, only a few years ago, one of my boss from China was asking me when I was in the US, I said, hey, Jing, would you please to do some research on the biomarkers for aging or the drugs for aging? So because everybody wants to live longer life. So that was the time I started to seriously learning and also doing some research. And during the process, I got to know Ilia. So then now I'm here. So I'm very passionate and excited about this field. As I introduced yesterday, Ilia started, I just started the longevity the study journey a few years ago, but he told me he started to be interested in longevity ever since he was 6 years old. He said, when he was 6, he said people should not die, we should live longer. So ever since he has been engaging and had been doing research on longevity. That's why, in front of him, I'm a student in longevity field. And thank you so much for bringing here. Today, I thought because yesterday we have so many scientists that have given lots of scientific presentations on the science of longevity and the biomarkers and the current practices and really very heavy information. I'm so happy to see Professor Valerie still sitting here from Weizmann Institute. He gave a very impressive presentation on senescence cells. For those of you who are not here, I encourage you to really to view all these videos show yesterday. So it's very good presentation. So today I sought to introduce all of you about the China's policy for health and longevity and the opportunities for international collaboration. So the first of all, for those of you who are not very familiar with China, China is like, map of China is like, the male chicken, right? So anyway, so this is here is Beijing and Shanghai is in this area, and this is the south area. If you want to go to Hong Kong is somewhere here. So all this area is extremely developed in China now. That's all. Also, health disparities are very heavy in China. So the longevity, the lifespan of people from this area, from Shanghai area, can be as high as 85, 89. But But the health in other area of China can be, much, much lower. So this is a health disparity that need to be addressed in China. And these are the numbers of the new numbers. So which shows as of 2022, the population aged 65 and above in China has already reached 210 million people. So this is really very, very, very serious, very heavy. That's why we have a lot of policies address longevity issues in China. So these are all these numbers in China. So I wouldn't spend time to elaborate all this, but just to emphasize that by 2050, the size of China's the elderly population will reach 590 million. So in China, we all know 1/5 of the population is in China, but at that time, in 20, 30 years, the elderly population even will grow quicker than the many places in the world. So now, this is the rehabilitation market. This is the figure that because I was together with my medical school classmate, we are thinking of building a rehabilitation hospital in China. So we did some market analysis. So as you can see, so we are rehabilitation market in China from 2019 to 2050, 25. Only within 6 years, this has grown dramatically. So because of COVID, because of the economic situation, actually the many hospitals are not doing very well economic-wise, and the birth rate was very reduced in China for the recent years. But rehabilitation beds and rehabilitation hospital has been very, very still in very, very demanding and also increased dramatically. So this figure, I was just this is I asked my assistant to make this figure. So the lifespan, as you can see, I think this figure is really so telling, not only from the health perspective, but from any other health perspective. In 1960s, so you see the differences between China and the US is so huge. The life expectancies and also people's living standard and the health situation and the household, the income, everything is very, very dramatically different. But as you can see now, so in this year, we almost the same, reach the same life expectancy with the United States. And also as I mentioned, in Shanghai, in special places in Shanghai, Guangdong area, the life expectancy can be, 85. Now it's 85, 86. It's really very high in China. So this is a lot of stories behind it. I wouldn't mention it here. And also, so the bed shortage, this is one of the reasons my classmate and I would like to build a rehabilitation hospital is that, we have so many shortage in bed, in the rehabilitation bed. Also, you might not know in China, many places, years ago, there's no, like a retirement center in China, almost none. This is a phenomenon of European countries, a phenomenon of Western countries, the US. But now there are so many wonderful, beautiful, and very well, they constructed the retirement center. It's really beautiful. Before I came to Israel, I visited one of them. Very, very impressive. So this is in China because of the population aging. So this is the figure just to compare the life expectancies, but it's as I said, it seems like China is like this, but actually some places are very, very high, and Israel is still way ahead of China. So this is the global numbers now. So because of this, because of the situation the population is aging. China has the national vision and policy, the framework has been very, very active nowadays. You can see so many age-related conferences and workshop and research as well. But just having mentioned, I heard all these mornings in the several age-related venture capitals. Actually, in China, I haven't seen any venture capital that is concentrated on aging, because I have been working recent 4 years. I've been working as a partner in a venture capital in Shanghai. We have $7 billion for investment, but we haven't really looked for the age-related technologies. So I used to do analysis for the longevity-related investment in Asian countries versus that is in the Western countries. I can see the Asian countries have dedicated a very minimum amount of funds for longevity-related studies. So I assume in the future the Asian countries will be designated more funds for longevity related research. So because of the population, the China's policy is very, very towards the addressing the situation. So promote the high quality medical resources and balance the regional layout. This is very important. This is President Xi. So as you'll see, unlike many other countries, the policy in China, top-down policy is very, very important. So when the government has this policy and the emphasis, the things can fly. So now, so this picture is Shanghai. For those of you who have visited Shanghai, I'm sure you have been there. So the Shanghai is extremely developed. I have so many American friends who used to visit Shanghai, always every year they go to Shanghai to visit their parents. And they told me that in the old parks in Shanghai, and full of people and over 95 years old. So many people are so elderly, so which means they're living very well life. As I said, in Shanghai, the life expectancy is it's about 80, 85, 86 years old. It's almost similar as Hong Kong, as Japan. As you know, the Japan represents the highest the lifespan, right? And then Hong Kong and Shanghai is almost the same as them. So this is actually in some district of Shanghai, the average the aged over 60 or 65 years old is occupied almost more than 40% of the population in some district. So when the number comes out, we all a little bit shocking, but it's also expected. So now, regarding the science and the innovation for longevity, so the China is increasingly becoming the center of international technology innovation and application. As I said, the funding designated to longevity study is still not enough, but I do envision in the future this will be much dramatic. And also, many companies have been developing all these age-related medical wearable devices. Actually, everything you can see in the Western market now, you can see that they're developed in Chinese market. Of course, Israel is still very leading in the developing these devices. This we have to admit. And one of the devices is continuous glucose monitoring. So years ago, we only see the big farmers, the medical device companies in the Western countries are developing, but now several Chinese companies have developing even better version of the CGMs. So one of the companies is we invested in Shanghai has a capital invested in one of the companies. So I'm showing this to you just to tell you one fact that actually Chinese government is very pay attention to the 国产替代, this in Chinese, which means if the technologies, if the devices, it's similar devices developed by Chinese companies, it's most probably the whole hospitals will embrace the Chinese products. So that's why when you have a very important product wanting to be marketed in China, to penetrate in Chinese market, so it's better to work with the Chinese local agencies or local companies, so that you can get the advantage of being used by the Chinese hospitals. Now, there are so many opportunities for international collaborations in this field, so do hope in the future we'll have lots of collaborations going on. During the dinner last night, so I have mentioned about the initiative we are going to launch. So Ilan and we would like to, actually, I didn't put the slides in, but it's on the website. We call it China-Israel Health and Longevity Consortium. We have already formed this consortium under Vetek. So currently it's only 2 of us. But I really hope that all of you will show interest, and then we will work together. We'll say China, Israel. Actually, it's literally not. I would say Asian countries and Israel, because Shanghai representing is the center of the Asian countries, as well as Hong Kong, Macau, all these countries. So for anybody who is interested, in the technologies or in business collaborations or being, find the scientific exchange, we would really welcome you to contact Ilan and myself. And for this, we even everything begins from a dream. So I can't promise anything, but we do have a dream that next year we will have a longevity workshop, similar instruction like this in China. So Valerie has agreed to go, right? So anyway, so we will announce in the website. So the next few minutes, I would like to show you a few pictures. This is Shanghai China Israel Innovation Hub. Actually, it's located in Shanghai. This is the entrance building. Is pretty impressive. This is the whole area. This is my office, and this is my office in this innovation hub. And this is outside the office. We can hold many meetings. So this is where my company located. So you can contact with me. So this is about my information. So mostly, I'm so proud is I've been working for the National Institute of Health for 16 years as a program officer, medical officer, oversee international clinical trials, as well as managing the NIH-sponsored grants. And then I've worked for the Weizmann Institute. That's always been very proud to have received my PhD from Weizmann Institute. And then also recent 4 years, I've been working for venture capital as a partner, so which allowed me to understand the landscape of investment. And so that's why I have determined in the next some years to come to help the companies, help innovators, help all these companies to penetrate the Chinese market, or to collaborate with Chinese scientists or the entrepreneurs to understand the landscape of China. And these are 2 books that I'm very proud of too. I'm a physician scientist, but my experience and my daughter's experience in Israel is really very impressive. I'm still very remember vividly of our life as a Chinese. 2 Chinese. I'm a mother and daughter. 2 of us. Our unique experience in Israel. How we integrated especially my daughter, in the Israeli society, and how she was loved and she was cared, and also she loved and cared of her friends in Israel. So I wrote these 2 books to increase, to promote international understanding, especially for women. So this is I'm very proud of. And then I mentioned of my supervisor, Yosef Yardan, who has been very instrumental in my life from ever since when I was PhD and up to now, he has been very, very supportive and very caring. And, he always tells me, Jing, whatever you do, I will support you. So it's really a great friendship with time. Not only is a great scientist, but he received the Israel Prize in 2015. So, I don't know if you know the first humanized antibody, Herceptin, treating breast cancer. Most of the scientific basis were based on his research contribution as well as the lab of the experiments we have done in the lab. So I'm very proud. These recent years have been coming to Israel a lot, actually, maybe once or twice a year. And it's, for scientific conferences as well as meeting with my friend, like my dear friend Ona, always really is one of the main reasons that I come to Israel. So I would like to promote collaborations. So we also have established a very nice relationship with Rambam Hospital, because Rambam is the physician initiated all these technologies and innovative ways of diagnosis and treatment of patients. So very proud. We have evaluated many of their the physician initiated innovative technologies. So I'm going to go there in a few days as well. And I would like to mention this is the professor. This is Dr. Xiao, and who is the ambassador to Israel, from China. He's very supportive. It's very new, and also this is science attaché. So the two of them are very newly appointed. The Chinese, the ambassador, and the science attaché. But they are very supportive of friendship and scientific communication and the collaborations. So it's a great time to collaborate between the two countries. So I have here is a small video about the Shanghai. This is CIIH, China Israel Innovation Hub. This hub was established in 2019. Actually, Shanghai government has spent huge amount of money to support this center in order to promote China-Israel collaboration. So they have just newly made this new movie clip. I thought to show you this little clip just to attract you to, and hope also you will have more interest next year to go to, or in the next few years to visit Shanghai, visit this center. I will just show you. It's only 2 or 3 minutes, okay? It's in English, I believe. So there. This is something wrong, right? So this shouldn't be in the middle, right? Okay, you get a little bit of your sense about this center, hopefully. So that's why the last slides I would like to show is let us unite our efforts and turning health and longevity technologies into a bridge. I would like using this as a bridge to connect the world and to create a more peaceful and healthier future for mentality. So with this, I will stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jing Bao, for this moderation. And now it is my great pleasure and honor to open this session with the greeting of the acting chief scientist, Avi Raveh. First of all, I have to thank Avi and the ministry for their cooperation. As I also said in the first session yesterday, even now, during this budget cuts, during the war, the Ministry of Science finding budget for aging research, for health and longevity, probably the only ministry who does this consistently, at least for 10 years. There are some figures that Avi may mention. The funding that the ministry invested in the field, thanks to you, and I hope you will continue this support. So welcome, Avi.
Thank you all. I'm sorry for being a little bit late. I was supposed to be earlier, but it took me more than an hour to find a parking space here at the university, which means that you have a great campus and a lot of students, and it's blissful, you know. Distinguished colleagues, researchers, innovators, and friends, on behalf of the Ministry of Innovation, Science, and Technology, and of course, Gila Gamliel, our minister, I'm honored to welcome you to the second day of this unique event, Longevity Nation 2025. We stand at a remarkable moment in human history as science and technology converge to offer us something humanity has dreamed of for millennia, not just longer lives, but fuller, healthier, and more meaningful ones. This gathering is more than just a conference. It's a declaration of shared purposes. It signifies a commitment that aging shouldn't mean decline, but rather transformation. The later chapters of life can be vibrant, productive, and dignified as any other. Over the past decade, Israel has made significant investment in this field. Our ministry alone has supported over 50 applied research projects focused on aging, longevity, and quality of life, with a total investing mirroring 50 million new Israeli shekels. But these numbers tells us only a part of the story. Behind them lie scientific breakthroughs in genetics and epigenetics of healthy aging, unlocking the biological codes that determine how we age, innovation in smart assistive technologies that restore independence, AI-driven healthcare solutions that predict and prevent age-related diseases before they develop, and much, much more. Each project shares a common goal: to ensure that more years of life translate into more quality in those years. We've learned that no single nation can solve challenges of aging alone. That's why international collaboration has been the cornerstone of our approach. Through bilateral research programs like with Argentina, France, and Hungary, and the prestigious BIRAX initiative with the United Kingdom, we are building bridges, not just between researchers' laboratories, but between cultures, perspectives, and ideas. At the heart of this effort of healthy aging stands our National Knowledge Center we established in 2002 at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, where research meets policy and innovation meets impact. Our ministry vision is clear: to translate cutting-edge scientific discoveries into real-world impact, improving health, independence, and dignity throughout life. By linking academic research, technological innovation, and international collaboration, we strive to position Israel at the forefront of longevity science and innovation. The future we seek, where extended lifespan goes hand in hand with quality of life, is within reach. But it requires all of us: researchers and entrepreneurs, policymakers and clinicians, young innovators, and experienced practitioners. As this second day of conference unfolds, let us continue to build on this momentum, to connect knowledge with action, research with compassion, and innovation with human dignity. Together, we are not redefining aging, we are shaping the future of healthy longevity and for generations to come. So thank you, Ellen. I hope you have a fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it is my honor again to pass the rule to Valery Krzyzanowski, Professor Krzyzanowski from Weizmann, who has been a participant of our conferences since ever. All our conference. Thank you, Valery. Welcome to rule.
Okay, thank you, Ilia, and welcome to this session about aging clocks, biomarkers, AI, and clinical evaluation criteria. So without further ado, our first speaker is Gil Atzmon from Haifa University. Please, Gil.
Okay, thank you for the organizer for inviting me to speak to you today. And today I want to extend on my presentation last year, which I asked the question, which model can we define or use in order to do the research on longevity? And this time I'm going to talk to you about microgravity. So my title is Microgravity Therapy and Treatment for Decelerated Aging and Successful Longevity. These are the people involved only on this project. I didn't list all my, collaboration and my people in the lab and whatever. This is the only thing that associated with this project. And the problem, as I raised last year, was the effort invested in studying the aging process are immense. However, due to its complexity and lengthy duration, the acquired knowledge is far from complete. This is partially due to the lack of an accurate, translatable, short-lived, healthy human model capable of simulating the aging process in a short period of time. And last year I discussed it, what's the benefit and what is the problem with the animal model or human model that we use for longevity. So I came with the idea that I can use this study of NASA, the twin study, in order to suggest a new model for longevity. So what they did, they took one monozygote twin, and one of them stayed at the Earth, on Earth, and one was spent like 340 days above in space. After the guy that went to space and his journey, they follow up for 20 years plus on both of them and compare the one that stays on Earth to the one that the Voyager that was traveled on space. They measured 719 metabolites, and the mission is in the citation at the bottom of the slide. Given there is no, I'd say, full comparative because the brother who stays on Earth has done some space mission in the past. So it's not exactly we compare the one who spent only in space to the one that never been on space. There is some difference. So they analyze physiological, telomeric, transcriptome, epigenetic, proteomic, metabolomic, immune, and microbiomic, cardiovascular, vision-related, and cognitive. And it was collected for longitudinally for 25 months on both of them. Things of the amount of data they had, but it was only on 2 people. When they're analyzing and bringing to you only one set of data that was published, there was a lot of them, but the summary of what the result has, it's there, the longitudinal assessment of the Voyager identify decreased body mass. The only thing that is in favor was the telomere elongation, and they don't know why. His genome, there was genome instability, carotid artery distension, increase in intima-media thickness, alter ocular structure, transcriptional and metabolic changes, DNA methylation changes, gastrointestinal microbiota alteration, and cognitive decline. So in each thing or each assay they measure or analyze, there was decline in the Voyager blood and physical performance. So here's the thing. We can divide this in two phases. One is take the Voyager as a human model for accelerate aging. Keep in mind, the Voyager is a healthy guy. But during the 340 days that he spent in space, everything was declined. Every system was declined. So if you compare what went wrong on this Voyager, you can compare it to the elderly or the elder process. And instead of waiting like 60 or 70 years, you can do it in either 2, 3, or 4 months. In this case, it was 340 days. And you can track the changes in every system in the body of the Voyager compared to his brother that stay at home. And remember, those identical twins. So the only difference between them is the environment who has its own effect. So if I said this is the accelerated aging as a model. So in 340 days, less than a year, aging-like symptoms and multiple system degeneration were spotted. But look at the other side. When the Voyager came back to Earth, in close to 2 years, he closed the gap, meaning he returned back to his performance, an old performance, and he did it in some cases better. Keep in mind, and that's what I'm suggesting, the majority of biological human health variable remained steady or reverted to baseline level in 25 months. So in one hand, we can take this model and suggest accelerate aging to do our study, our own study. But in the other hand, we can say or suggest a treatment. We can put a guy or whatever that has some disease in microgravity environment for a couple of hours, if you want for days, whatever. And when we take him out, there is regeneration. So basically, he changed for the good, method or pathway that changed to the bad because of sins due to his or her disease. If we look at the hallmark of aging in this Voyager system, we can list primary hallmark causes of damage like genomic instability, telomere attrition. In this case, the Voyager has longer telomere. Again, we don't know why, or they don't know why. And epigenetic alteration and far more. And there is antagonistic hallmark response of damage, again, spotted on this Voyager physical body. And integrative hallmark cultured in of the phenotype. Remember, there used to be 9 hallmark, and now there is 12 of those. We published this review paper in a recent paper in 25. So what should we do, or what do we need to do, and what we are ready to do, shovel ready to do, is the journey to space. And here what we collaborate with Space Pharma, a company in Israel, to do this journey to space, but they do it in a very miniature lab, as you can see from the left on the right. There is the SPAD system and the STAP modulator, or lab on chip design. The SPAD system is Space Pharma Advanced Lab System. The size of this box is like this, okay? And it controls from Earth. This lab can be monitored. Look at remote control microgravity laboratory. Operates automatically via nanosatellites. Enables seeding and maintenance of cell under perfusion. Continuous monitor and regulation, temperature and viability. Integrate imaging and sensing technology. So we can control, or we can do studies in space as far as 100,000 kilometers away. And the reason we suggest or use this system in order to find what space do to the cell that we are looking for. So in this project, what we do is to take cells or preliminary cells from human centenarians that we have here in Israel and compare it to control in space and on Earth, okay? And to see what makes the centenarian cells better. I will elaborate more in the next slide. Next slides. We initially thought of doing it in the space station that up there, but then come the idea of using the Dream Chaser, which, as you can see, it's like airplane, goes to the space, travel for 5 to 10 days, and then coming back and land like an airplane. During this mission of this Dream Chaser, we put this lab on chip or space lab of Space Pharma, and we can control or do some studies or tests on this vehicle. You can see on the left Space's operation in space. It means that it's not a dream. It was done before. Couple of journey this company already did up there. And as you can see on the right side, that the right side of mine, the right side of yours, yeah. So it's distal remote control. So as I said, it's either can be done on the station itself or be controlled by an operation room down on Earth. You can see on the left the schematic view of the microfluid device, okay? You can see that an experimental chip used for cell culture displaying microfluid channel field with medium post-seeding illustrate the lab on chip approach on the right side. This is the hands of my PhD student. So we already in the process, we already bought the ticket and we are waiting for the launching soon in a couple of months. As I said, what we are going to do is to compare elderly donors to centenarian donors. Each of them will withdraw blood before and isolate the cells, and aliquot will stay here on Earth, and aliquot will be sent to space of each of the group, and we'll do epigenome profiling and RNA sequencing and other measurements, physiological measurements on the cells. As you can see from this figure, this is a microscopic image of normal human cells, dermal cells, seated in microfluids chip. You can see that in those chip, we already succeed to grow those elements, and now, as I said, we're shovel ready for the mission that we designed. In parallel, what we're going to do is to set up an organoid system, organoid cell that grow and create something that look like organ. It depends on the type of cell we take. And this organoid will be simulated in microgravity, but not on space. It's going to be down here. So here we're actually going to treat them in order to see if there are changes that can manipulate the well of those cells. כמה דקות יש לי? חשבתי שאני אהיה קצר, טוב, נו. This is how how organoid looks like. It's formation from preliminary cells, proliferation in self-organized of 3D environment to mimic the structure and function of specific organ. This is the zoom in of those organoids. And to conclude the applicability, as I said, microgravity may serve as an accurate, translatable, short-lived, healthy human model capable of simulating the aging process in a short period of time, like I said earlier. Yet the influence of microgravity treatment on the biological and physiological function, genetic expression, and methylation performance was recognized but not yet translated into a workable framework. This pioneer project's overall goals is to link this effect to provide a truly holistic framework for physiological treatment through the use of novel technology to defeat the aging process. Thanks.
So, two main effects can be microgravity, but also maybe excess radiation in space. Are you looking at how can you separate these two effects?
We haven't done it yet. So we're looking on the whole factor impact that space gives. Radiation is less problematic, but so it's isolated box, let's say. So, but this is something that we look to as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Could you speak to the lengthening of the telomeres, which, to my understanding, is contra to what we might expect?
That's the big question. We don't know why it's happening, this long elongation. And the thing is, I think it's counterintuitive to the press that was up there on space, and then that's what happened to this. So in all other physical components, there was a deterioration, but in the telomere, that was, I think that was counter interaction to what happens there. And that's the only thing, but you can speculate anything with this. It's weird.
Thank you so much, Gil, for staying perfect our next speaker here is Jing Bao from Tel Aviv University.
Please. So I'd like to thank the organizers, specifically Ilia, for inviting me, and the funders. And today I'll talk to you about a specific subset of methylation sites and why I think they're very interesting. And if you heard my talk last year, we're going to expand that into causality and reversibility. So our journey starts with this one site. We were analyzing some methylation data in kidney, and you get a list. And at the list, you have the top of the list. This was the strongest correlation between methylation level and kidney filtration rate, and you get a nice p-value. Nothing unexpected here. But looking at this site, we've noticed it has intermediate levels of methylation in kidney, and it is almost completely methylated in every other tissue, and this is something you don't see a lot. So we asked, is this a coincidence? We gathered all sites that look like this, 253 of them, and all sites that look like the mirror image of it, because why not? And every single site, without an exception, regressed to the mean upon the progression of kidney disease. Highly, highly statistically significant. And you can say, well, Danny, no, it's actually regressing towards 0.5. You're just running away to the middle. No, it's not. If you look at sites at the higher end of the distribution, methylation levels of 0.7, it still goes up. And vice versa, 0.3, it still goes down. So these sites, they don't regress to 0.5 or any other arbitrary number. They go to where the rest of the tissues are. And we interpret this as loss of epigenetic information. You have a very unique signature for that tissue that deteriorates and becomes more like everything else upon disease progression. What is this good for? So if I take the information from these sites and I just throw it into a PCA plot, very, very simple. Just do a PCA plot. Here are my patients. These are the sick people. I don't know anything about kidney. I don't know anything about kidney disease. I haven't characterized these sites in any way. I just throw the data into a PCA, and there are my patients standing out. And again, the more unique the site is, the stronger it correlates to, for example, fibrosis in kidney. Again, very significant p-value. Do they capture any of the biology of the disease? So we can take these sites and look at where they sit and what DNA is around them. And they're highly enriched for transcription factors that are important for kidney development and are important in kidney disease. And genes that are associated with these sites change upon kidney disease. Okay, so that's nice, but that's one disease. What happens in other diseases? So we went on and we collected all the sites that look like this. And if you get 100% hit rate, your criteria is probably a bit too harsh. So we relaxed the criteria a bit. We wanted a 0.1 difference from the 5th percentile of 30 tissues compared to that. And I hate to introduce new terminologies, but I have to because our lists are very different than tissue-specific lists described previously. So we call this unique low and unique high because it has a unique pattern in that tissue. And we collected sites that look like this. Many tissues have several thousands of them. And the most important thing, the coloring. So if it's UL, it's blue. If it's UH, it's red. We'll keep this scheme throughout this presentation. I'm not showing here placenta. Placenta has more of them than any other tissue, but we don't care about it here. And if you look at these sites, so in different tissues, they're enriched for different transcription factors. They all have their own unique signatures. Okay, so we had kidney disease. What about liver disease? We collected data sets of multiple liver diseases. We clustered them into one. Sorry, we didn't have the resolution to do this one by one. And as you can immediately see, the UL sites, almost all of them showed a positive correlation to liver disease, and almost all of the UH sites showed a negative correlation. If based on my kidney data, I had to guess here, I would get 99.6% right on a few thousand sites. To do the p-value here, you cannot do it in Excel. You have to go to R and tell it to do a p-value in log scale. Otherwise, you don't get a number. So, but if I take the same sites in the same people and look what happens when I do adipose tissue, I get nothing. I get a small distribution across 0. So information is lost only in the sick organ. Kidney disease, old kidney. Liver disease, old liver. Nothing happens in adjacent tissues. What about other forms of stress? So when we are exposed to sun, this is very healthy. Go out, spend time in the sun, but your skin will age. It's called photoaging. And this predominantly happens in the epidermis, in the outer layer, and much, much less so in the dermis. So we can take data of sun-exposed and sun-protected sites. And again, using skin sites and unique methylation sites, you just throw it on a PCA. You see the nice separation between dermis and epidermis, and the nice separation between sun-exposed and sun-protected. You don't see here a nice separation between young and old. These are the small circles versus the big circles. But sun-exposed and sun-protected naturally segregate. And this does not happen if you do any other subset of sites. You do random sites, you do sites with a high standard deviation or low standard deviation. You don't get this nice separation. So epigenetic information is lost upon stress. Another way to visualize it, so we can look at the difference between the pan tissue average and our site. And if we'll get red on top and blue on the bottom, it's the opposite of what we've seen previously. This means we have a regression to the mean, what we call information loss. If they're mixed, we get nothing. If we get it the other way around, we have divergence, which I won't know how to explain. And as you can see, liver, like you've seen previously, red on top, blue on bottom. Our control, and reviewers had a really hard time getting this. This is a control. This is where I expect it to be mixed. Autism is not age-associated disease. We don't expect to see any information loss. And indeed, we see no information loss. Some of the blues and the reds are above and below the line. Everything is mixed, just like we expect. If we look at adipose tissue in type 2 diabetes, red above the line, blue below. If we look at sun exposure epidermis, red predominantly above, blue predominantly below. But if we look at the pancreas in type 2 diabetes and the dermis in sun exposure, we actually see divergence. We don't know how to explain this. We haven't found a rule to watch which tissue behaves which way, but we've seen it in other cases as well. Another mystery for now. What is the functional importance of these sites? Well, running 15 chromatin states against 100 different cell lines here for the liver samples, as you can see, only one thing pops up really strongly. The UL sites are tissue-specific enhancers. They are enhancers. They have all the markers of enhancers, but only in that tissue. And you can say, well, Danny, what you're seeing is actually changes of cell populations that are associated with disease and aging. In some cases, to some extent, this will be true, but this does not explain this completely. We see it in places where we don't see significant changes in cell population, like aging brains. And we also see it in purified single cell populations. Here, for example, CD4 cells, as you can see, very strong regression to the mean upon aging. So this happens not only with cell populations, but also within the cell. Okay, we wanted to validate these findings. We took 2 more studies. And again, as you can see, hypomethylation correlated nicely with UH, hypermethylation correlated with UL, very, very highly significantly enriched versus controls, which is just random sites of the same group size. Not only that, we took another study where we had fibrosis grade in the liver, and the grade of fibrosis correlated with the amount of epigenetic information loss. So we can quantify how much information is lost, and we get a nice correlation with the grade of fibrosis. So information loss really identifies the disease and captures its severity. Well, correlations are nice, but what about causality? And if you heard my talk last year, causality is hard. That's the hard part to do, especially because we're working in humans. So one thing we can do is we can take known SNPs to be pathogenic for liver disease and see, do we see an overlap? So 17 SNPs were selected, and for 7 of them, we saw a strong enrichment for liver unique sites. The expected value was 1. So we see a strong enrichment for pathogenic SNPs. We can also go and look at sites identified by Mendelian randomization to be either adaptive or damaging for aging. And we took here 2 criteria, aging GIP1 and longevity 19th percentile. So basically, you have either things that contribute to aging or adaptive response to aging that come to mitigate it. So UH sites and only UH sites show high enrichment for damaging in both criteria. UL sites And this is, again, general aging. We don't have a list like that specifically for liver. I wish we did. Damaging shows a mild depletion. We don't know if it's statistically significant for UL. And in mice, if you go and you look at liver clocks, liver aging clocks, again, we see a very, very strong enrichment for these lists. Is it reversible? Can we actually turn back the clock? So we collaborated with the lab of Ido Goldstein, and they're doing alternative day feeding in mice, basically intermittent fasting in mice. You feed them day yes, day no. They established very robust protocols, both in mice and in cell culture. And what we saw was that if we do alternative day fasting, we see very, very high enrichment in areas that were changed with our liver unique sites. A single fast will do nothing for you. If you want to fast, you have to maintain it for a while. We saw regression to the, we saw a divergence, okay? So going back to the youthful state upon alternative day fasting, and this was, most of the sites showed divergence, only a small percentage of the sites showed a regression to the mean. Single fast, again, did nothing. And again, this is not the results of changes of cell populations within the liver, because if we take hepatocytes, grow them in culture, and treat them with hormones that mimic the effects of dietary restriction here, or alternative day fasting, we get, again, very, very strong enrichment for liver unique sites. So upon fasting, the liver of the mouse, we know it regains much of its function. We know from works of Ido Goldstein and others that specific primers and enhancers are primed. We also see that epigenetic methylation that was lost is regained. We're going back to a more youthful state. And then, I'm not much of a liver expert, Ido is. He chose a bunch of transcription factors. His students did the analysis, giving them our UL sites. Every single one of them, specifically in UL, showed very, very strong enrichment within these sites. Again, supporting the expected physiological roles. So to summarize, we show a very strong support for the epigenetic information theory of aging. This is a mode of analysis you can apply to multiple public data sets. It's very robust. Epigenetic information loss is in an organ-specific manner for multiple diseases. This is not true for all diseases, but it's especially true for age-associated diseases. From the standpoint of information loss, aging is a form of disease, but more so, multiple diseases are just aging of that specific organ. And what I'm showing you today for the first time is that epigenetic information loss is both causal and reversible, at least to some extent. And we hypothesize that closure of tissue-specific enhancers drives smoothing of the epigenome, aging, and disease. And this is basically our model. You have disease or aging, you see regression to the mean, and the sick organ becomes more and more like all the rest of the organs in the body and less like its unique signature. For UL, this is enhancers. UH story is a bit more complicated. We have stronger evidence for this to happen in age. UL with age, we have less strong evidence, but it does happen with disease. And this is reversible, at least in liver by fasting. Thank you very much for listening. And this is mostly the work of Naor and Roni, and thanks to Ido Goldstein and his students for collaborating, and I'll be happy to take questions.
Please.
Apologies if I missed this in the talk, but can you attribute some of that dynamics to cell types, to de-differentiation perhaps of some of the cell types? Is there understanding at that level? Thank you.
So the cell types we looked at, you don't see strong differentiation just from the nature of the cells. So I don't think it could be some of the explanation in some of the cases, but in many cases it's not. It's really cells kind of managing to regain their more youthful state.
I realized that in the neurons you don't see this separation, and I was wondering if is this because the neurons are so heterogeneous? There are so many types of neurons, more than probably any other organ.
So in neurons, you see the phenomenon more strongly in bulk tissue. You do see some regression to the mean in neurons. Glia actually work the other way around. They kind of diverge away. It could be. It could be that we need to really work with pure cultures and we need to be a lot more careful. Also, a lot of times they go and they sort the brains to generate this data and they just say neuron glia. It's a very crude way to sort neurons. So yeah, that could be it.
Yes, please.
Is there a technique to, like a biological method to try and methylate or demethylate a specific site, and then you can see like how it affects a specific cell type?
So you can today with tools go at specific sites. I wouldn't want to do this because I think the power here is you activate programs that work on thousands of sites in parallel, maybe even more. And I think working on a single site here is not that interesting, and I wouldn't expect in most cases a very strong phenotype. Trying to inhibit or methylation or demethylation globally to try and address the roles of causality of epigenetics and try to give a number to how much is it is actually something that's very interesting to us, but we haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I think we are one brief question, brief answer, and we will have to move on.
Sorry for maybe stupid question. Am I right that you will observe the same loss of information if cells undergo cancer transformation, like EMT, so if they become in cancer?
So I always try to avoid cancer because it's such a big field and I know so little about it. I think in cancer, and again, there are 100 different types and it may be different for different ones. I think you'll see a movement that isn't as directional as we see here. I think you'll see something that's a lot more mix of some gain and some lose.
Thank you very much, Danny. I'm sure you will be happy to discuss further during the break. With this, I'll be happy to start Technion Estafette with 3 talks from Technion from here to the break. And the first one is from Yonathan Savir, please.
Hi. Thank you again for the organizers. Such a lovely meeting. And I'm going to talk to you about today about the interplay between fertility and aging and how these two phenomena that are critical are intertwined, and can we say something from one phenomena on the other. So, okay, there's for the young guys, I think that after we're all in the middle of the second day, so you realize that we all age, right? We cannot escape from that. So here's a graph that shows what happened to the mean life expectancy in the last 2 years. And you can see that we're doing good, right? Besides the two World War wars, dips over there, the mean lifespan is increasing. But if you look on the right-hand side, where you can see the maximal lifespan, you can see that we are not really changing it. Okay, so it's about 120 years, and this is basically our main challenge, because extension in mean lifespan can be attributed to hygiene and antibiotics and diseases, and as far as it goes to maximal lifespan, really flat, and that it bring up the question: so why is it that? Is that a limit? What can we do with that limit? And so we all age, that's a fact. And the question maybe is why we age, right? And when you think about it, why we age, you can think about two limiting answers, right? So the first answer is, okay, things just break down, wear and tear, entropy is the queen, natural selection couldn't find ways to deal with the trade-off that is associated with repair and growth in complex systems like human beings, because we know that there are systems that can rejuvenate, biological systems that can rejuvenate forever, right? So, and I guess some of you know all these theories, disposable soma, all kind of trade-offs, and that's why we age in complex systems. The other way to think about it, the other limit, is that actually aging is not the failure of natural selection. It's not a bug, it's a feature, okay? So aging is actually a selected trait. So if aging is a selected trait, the lifespan is actually something that has been evolved to be the way it is. And the tension between these two hypotheses is not just, a philosophical debate over lunch. It actually really determines the way we cope with how to deal with aging. So should we deal humans like cars? Okay, so we just repair, or should we try to understand the underlying biological programmed aging, if you'd like, in order to really extend the maximal lifespan? So how can we get a glimpse, some experimental glimpse on the tension between these two hypotheses? And that's where fertility and reproduction senescence comes into picture. So what you can see here in this graph is on the y-axis is the reproduction senescence age, where the organism stops to be fertile. And on the x-axis is the maximal lifespan. This is for mammals. And you can see that the longer you live, the more fertile you are, but this line is not linear, right? You can see that there is this bending that we are not really quite understand yet. All the models for that all of them have a lot of limitations. And there is a gap. Okay, so the longer you live as a mammal, the more time you spend as a non-fertile organism, right? And that's again raised the question of, okay, so if there's program aging, let's say that this is something that there is, so why are you alive for so long and not being fertile, right? So aging is different, the aging process is different. Is it accelerated? Does it start when you are stopped to be fertile? So the transition between fertile and non-fertile organism and how aging is progress along with it could be insightful to the question we just raised. And that's what we try to do in my lab, among other stuff. And what I'll focus today is on the question of how immune fidelity changes with age with respect to reproduction senescence. And that's it was done by a wonderful MD PhD student, Tal Ben Yaakov. So this is his work. He did all the heavy lifting here. So the main idea is, let's say that we think about immune fidelity, some function, as a function of age. So we have a lot of work, the upcoming these years about inflammaging, right? That's a major phenomena that happens where in older organisms there's an increase in inflammatory markers. The immune system becomes more inflammatory, become dysregulated, and that could lead to chronic diseases in all the organisms and all people. But does inflammaging is, again, just the wear and tear that happens, as we age, we deteriorate, and, the immune system becomes more and more and more bad, or whether the inflammaging process or immune fidelity in general actually start to deteriorate with respect or with correlation with reproduction senescence. And what Tal was doing, we have a great or a model for fertile transition, which is the mammalian female, right? So we have menopause in women, estrapause in mice. So we have a very sharp transition between fertile and non-fertile. So what Tal did is to focus on the ovarian immune system. So the ovary is really fascinating in this respect because immune system plays a crucial role in many, many processes regarding to oocyte maturation in the ovary. And on the top of that, because of the cycles, the ovary is a very inflammatory organ. Okay, so if you think about it, if there is inflammaging, each cycle is actually a very inflammatory process. So if there's a place that you don't want to have inflammaging happens, is while there is cycles in the ovary. So Tal actually asked himself, okay, if we go to the literature, if you look on very, very old mice, it's like 2 years old, it's like 100 years old in human scale. Is there inflammaging? There is. So actually every old mammals we measured, if you go, 2 days before they die, there is some type of inflammaging. But does the aged fertile female has also inflammation processes? Okay, so what is the changes in the immune milieu along the entire aging axis, not just at the end? Okay, so what we did here, we took samples from the ovary in mice in different age groups, and we just analyzed the hell out of them. Okay, whatever we can measure, we measure. So the first result is that the immune milieu in the ovary is very complex. Okay, we see a lot of cells, and we see a lot of non-canonical cells, if you'd like. For those of you who are more on the immunology side of things, I would just say that we have very unique populations like ILC1 that we don't really see in the blood or in the liver or in the spleen. And we have a population of double negative, CD8 negative, CD4 negative cells, types of T cells, which are not gamma delta, which are really unique to the ovary. So that's very interesting if you're immunologist, okay? This was the first characterization, the first single cell characterization of the immune milieu, but we're interested in what happens with age. And so what you can see here is the changes in frequency of different immune cells in the ovary. And the main changes, I will not get into all the details, is that we have a decrease in CD3 lymphocytes, in macrophages, and increase in CD3 positive lymphocytes. So we have an increase towards adaptive immunity, if you'd like. Okay. And we validated these results also on the protein level, not just the mRNA level, and we saw something similar. So that's what you can see here is the summary of both transcriptome analysis and protein analysis that shows that both of them are consistent, and overall there's a shift towards adaptive immunity in the ovary. Now, how does that relate to inflammaging? Well, it's not, okay? Because if inflammation is not transition towards adaptive immunity. So we wanted to investigate it more. And so far I showed you results about the fractions of cells, the populations of immune cells, what we can say about the actual biology of the cells. So you can see here analysis that shows for each cell group, for each immune cell groups, what is changing in their biological process. And we see a lot of things that we expect to see. You know, when my youngest daughter asks me, what do you do in the lab? I say, okay, we study aging. And she says, but doesn't everything just go bad, right? And it just all go bad, right? And so you can see a lot of these type of figures, you know, it goes bad, you know. Transcription goes down, cellular metabolism goes down, right? So, okay, this is not really, it's interesting, but it's not insightful. So what we wanted to see is what happens to the actual interaction between immune cells. So we looked on the dynamics of chemokines and chemokines and cytokines. So my students call them together chemokines. They combine the words to save saying both of them together. So I did it also. These are small molecules that immune cells are secreting in order to regulate each other. And what you can see here in this table is the effect of age on the transcriptome level of these chemokines and cytokines. And you can see that in general, it's all red, right? So you could say, okay, you just told us that on aging, everything just goes down, so maybe it's a global effect, but it's not. Okay, so that's normalized already by the global decrease of the changes due to aging. And interestingly, what you can see here, that we don't see any increase in inflammatory markers. Okay, so I remind you, old here is the equivalent of 55 in humans. So they are still before menopause. Okay, so no inflammaging, there's no inflammatory markers that goes up. Actually, all the inflammatory markers, there's a bunch of names here. They all go down. Okay, so that was very interesting, and we validated also experimentally, because again, this is just mRNA results. And indeed, most of chemokines and cytokines that are inflammatory go down. Okay, there's no inflammaging here at all. The second thing that we saw that was very interesting is one of the tasks of the immune cells is also to recognize senescent cells. So senescent cells are cells that undergo growth arrest due to damage or aging, and once they become senescent, they start to secrete some small molecules, which are then being recognized by part of the immune cells to cope with them. Okay, and what we found out, interestingly, that in macrophages and neutrophils, there's an increase with age in the receptors for these molecules. So with age, the macrophages and the neutrophils, which have the job of deal with senescent cells, are actually increasing their receptors. They're becoming more sensitive to senescent cells. So overall, if I summarize what we saw here, is that while the mice at least ages and still fertile, not only that there is no inflammaging, it looks like the immune system is doing quite a good job to deal with the two main challenges that arises with aging, again, in the fertile female. The first one is the repeated cycles. Okay, so there's inflammation and inflammation and inflammation. So what happens is there's a reduction in the inflammatory state to cope with these repeated cycles. And the second thing is the increase in senescent cells. So that summarizes here. So what we think has happened is that we know that when the organism is very, very old, there's inflammaging. But I'm talking about females now. But again, this is 1 year into non-fertile condition. At least in the fertile aging trajectory, there's no inflammaging, and it looks like the immune system is doing really well. It's able to cope with the task. So inflammaging is not an inevitable process, okay? It's something that is probably controlled, at least at mice. And the overall result, I think, raises an interesting point that if we want to study aging, it's a good idea, at least we think so, to start not only at the end. Okay, you really want to monitor the aging process across the entire lifespan of the organism, because this example absolutely demonstrates that the aging phenotypes that we like to think about are not unidirectional, non-reversible states. Yeah, and I want to thank you, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
We know that when you're born almost like half-baked. Essentially, we're not able to take care of ourselves, and we need our mom. And we need our mother to take care of us, and essentially, through her milk, we get immune support. Now, after menopause and aging, you still have grandma around. So do you think there is a role for the immune system, essentially, to be a part of maintaining social aspects of our being as a society, not necessarily as individuals?
Yeah, so that's of
maybe
course,
a little philosophical.
Yeah, that's a great question. So in the evolutionary kind of, this is called the grandmother paradox, because it's, again, why do we need the grandmothers, right? They're not fertile. Why aren't they like just drop dead, right? As it happens in other organisms, right? So one of the ideas is a type of a kin selection kind of mechanism, for those of you who are more familiar with evolutionary jargon, which actually means that it helps its progenies. So that's a very compelling idea. The problem is that it doesn't really stick when you do the mathematical modeling. I would say that it's still an open question. The grandmother paradox, I think, is still a very interesting question. Yeah.
You were talking about fertility and the relationship for longevity, but what about the actualization of descendants, like having children or not having children? Could it have also some epigenetic impact?
Yeah, so we absolutely know that the act of having a progeny at different ages modulate your aging process, right? So if you have, at least in mammals, I'm talking about mammals now, only mammals. So if you have, okay, this is something that there's debate on it, whether if you have kids at late age, whether you live longer. Does it increase your lifespan? Because there's a lot of social reason for that and whatever, and a lot of biases. But in general, we can see it also in lower mammals. What is the underlying mechanism that gives you this boost is not really known. There's probably some epigenetic thing in it, like in any other thing, there's some epigenetic change. But I don't think we can say for sure what is the mechanism that makes you live longer if you have kids later in life.
Please. Any relationship between estrogen progesterone ratios, prolactin levels with your studies?
Yeah, so that's a very, very, very interesting question, and the answer is absolutely yes. So all the hormone landscape really modulates a lot of the processes, also immune processes. Here in this work, what's interesting that there's almost no change in the hormone levels because they're still fertile. Okay, the major hormone changes happens after menopause or estropause in this case.
But
so it could be.
But cycling happens normally. You don't have. There's a cycle during the month. The hormones change.
Okay, so you're talking about the changes through the cycle. That's also a very good question. I haven't shown the slide, but the decrease in the immune changes is independent of the cycle. Absolutely independent. Our main hypothesis was actually that it's going to be cycle dependent. We expected that the changes would depend on the cycle, but they are not.
Did you check prolactin?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, would you attribute the fact that if you hold the reproduction process, it's similar to what happens when you correlate it to fasting? So in a fasted state, your body knows that it needs to repair itself and that it's basically slowing down before the next feeding phase. And so
I'm not sure I understood the question.
So when you hold the reproduction system, right? You don't sort of reproduce quickly enough, right? Yeah. Your body might do the same thing that happens when you're fasting. So
in general, modulating the reproduction state, and I hope that's what you refer to, if I can make it fertile sooner or later.
Yeah, I'm just looking to basically
sorry, I just couldn't understand what you're saying. I'm so sorry.
I'm just looking to find out if there's like similar mechanisms that are taking place as you know, when you're fasting, your body repairs itself. Yeah, when you're fasting, in a fasted state. So your body.
Okay, now I got it. Yeah, I understand.
mTOR,
Yeah. So
involved. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I got it.
I just want to understand if it's a similar process that's taking place when you don't reproduce early in life. Your body knows that it needs to wait longer, so it somehow extends your lifespan because it knows that you need to accomplish that reproduction mission later in life, so it prolongs your lifespan. I want to know if it's similar to what happens when you're fasting. So your body knows that it needs to slow its metabolism down, which also prolongs your lifespan to some degree.
Yeah, so let me just recap. So we know that fasting, along with other, it's very in trend these days, right? So we introduce some stress, fasting, some oxygen stress, some type of stresses, and this, gives the body some kind, the body is now reacting to this stress, and there's some rejuvenation processes that happens, and whether so there's no clear evidence. There is something interesting about pregnancies, okay, in that respect, because there are some initial results that if you have that, because a pregnancy is type of a stress, right? And we know that on some diseases. So that's a long answer for that. The question is that if you get a later pregnancy, okay, so you delay the first pregnancy, then you have some probability of not having a longer lifespan, but age-related diseases are delayed, like Alzheimer's, for example.
Thank you very much. I think we'll continue the discussion over the break, and we will continue with the Technion Estafette with Shen-Orr. Please, Shai.
Okay, so hi everyone. Pleasure to be here, and thank you again for the invitation. I'm Shen-Orr. I'm based at the Technion, and actually wonderful to come after Yoni. He probably saved me some slides. I guess for disclosures, I'm also the co-CSO of the Human Immunome Project, which is a global nonprofit, and the chief scientist of Cytoreason, a pharma AI company. And I also head the Technion Healthy Aging Institute. We'll touch on that a bit later. Okay, so what my research is around is studying immune system variation. And the way I think about the immune system is really like a sixth sense. It's basically the system in our body that's in charge of maintaining homeostasis of everything else, right? And to do so, it basically keeps monitoring internal and external environment and adapting to it. So often we say immune homeostasis, which is a misnomer, because really, if you think about the immune system, this is a system that's in constant allostasis. It keeps changing over time, and therefore the way to study it is over time on different time scales. You can think about immune response, you can think about disease progression, and you can think about a longer process of immune aging. So the way we've kind of been tackling this is really kind of studying this complex system at high resolution over time, right? Measuring everything that we can about it. We strongly believe we should be studying it in humans because they live in the real world. It's both more relevant from an impact perspective, but also more correct, we believe, for studying this system, which is all about kind of getting exposure. And with this, so we measure the system over time. We measure it in high resolution. We measure it in a multimodal fashion. And we perform functional assays to understand how changes in the immune system ultimately change over time. Back in 2019, we published a paper in Nature Medicine. This is a collaboration with Mark Davis, where I did my postdoc, where in 2007, we started studying healthy humans and how they change over time at various ages. Basically, this is called today the cellular cohort. It's the longest running high resolution study of the immune system. And we collect samples annually from individuals, and we vaccinate them with the seasonal flu vaccine and COVID and so forth. And we test to see how things actually change over time with the latest multi-omics. Just to give you a sense, if you look here, over here, what you'll see is that the classic hallmark of immune senescence is the shrinking of the thymus and the drop in naive CD8 T cell frequency. That's the black line here is the average. Okay, that's how the entire cohort behaves. Thousands of papers published that naive CD8 T cells drop with age. But because our cohort is longitudinal, we can actually derive individual slopes for naive CD8 T cell frequency, and you can see that they're all over the map. Basically, the average doesn't represent anyone, and in fact, there are people who actually go against the trend. This is not just true for naive CD8 T cells, just to give you a sense of the resolution of this cohort. We're measuring in blood 120 different cell types, this well-described cell types, of which 79 are basically reciprocal to one another, so a very broad range, and this is true for over 50% of the cells have these types of behaviors. They change with age, and they change drastically in different ways in different individuals, and certainly at different rates. So having this high resolution individuals, I can take everybody here in the room, measure your blood cell frequencies, and describe you just as a vector of immune cells. And if I do so, I can start deriving how that vector changes over time, and this is what we did back in this paper in 2019. We described for the first time a trajectory of immune aging. This is you can think about this as people like to think it's a biological clock, but in fact, there was no chronological age going into this data. Basically, all we did is follow people over time. It's a developmental process that we're trying to map in humans and keeps happening to us as we live life. Oops. Okay, so that's what you see here on the left-hand side, where every point is one individual in our time course at a single time point, and the color denotes the chronological age, and the position basically describes this vector of immune cells, which is just basically data-driven trajectory building by a machine learning algorithm. Every individual on this cohort that is old has a positive slope, so it's moving along this trajectory. You can think about this as a pseudo time. So it doesn't describe chronological time passing, it describes some other process, so it moves to right from left, okay? And every individual who's old has a positive slope on this trajectory, okay? As you move on this trajectory, so they keep moving from right to left, just at different slopes, different rates. As you move there, cell functions, we throw different cell cytokines on them, and checked phosphorylation of transcription factors drop in reduction in how you respond. And when we map this to the Framingham Heart Study, you can basically see that your position on the trajectory, which we call image for this metric of the position of the trajectory, actually matters clinically. We showed in the original paper, we can predict survival up to 7 years ahead when taking all the Framingham Heart Study clinical variables into account, including epigenetic clocks such as the Hovarth clock. So that's kind of where we were in 2019. And just to kind of show you where we've been moving, we've been pushing this much higher resolution. So now we're mapping many more cells of the immune system over time. And rather than looking at chronological age, we've basically moved to thinking about immune aging and this process in individuals, because we can map every person and give them an immune age. So this is just a heat map showing you people positioned by their immune age on the x-axis, right? And the frequencies of different immune cells. And you can kind of see there's a cascade here, a language that the immune cells are going through as they communicate with one another. And this is happening in peripheral blood, which we basically always never think of as real immune system, right? It's all about the tissues, the immune cell tissues, and yet we see these processes in blood. This is work by Aviv Barak, a PhD student in the lab. And one of the interesting things is that we started asking is, well, should we be thinking about individual cells, or we should be thinking about this as a system? So a simple way, after a lot of work, we started looking at pairs of different cells, okay? So just for instance, what you can see here is your naive CD8 T cells, again, in blood, correlation with NK cells. You shouldn't be expecting anything to see in blood, and what you see is that in low immune age, you don't have significant correlation, and in high immune age, you do, okay? So there's some type of conservation like this, and this is just one such paired feature, where somehow there's a conservation of ratios or correlations that's happening, or interactions that's happening in blood. We test this functionally. So we, for instance, zooming in on T cell subsets, we can see kind of effector memory CD8 T cells. There's shifting in functional markers that suggest that as you move around immune age, you're moving towards terminal state of the CD8s, you're moving towards reduced proliferation, you're moving towards functional impairment. And indeed, when we do functional assays, such as stimulated those cells of individuals, we collect the donor cohort, we give each one of them an image score, and then now we do stimulation assays. What you can see is that, in fact, looking at the ratio of effector memory CD8 T cells to central memory would suggest that they rise, that ratio increases with age, suggesting faster immune responses. And on the other hand, when we look at proliferation, we see reduced responses of that ratio. So your immune age or your immune state, as I measure it in blood, actually matters functionally, and we can do this now kind of in multiple different assays to show that things change. On a more global level, as we say, okay, well, I just showed you two ratios, whether it's central memory, effector memory, or naive CD8 and NK cells, what's happening to the entire architecture of the immune system? And so here, this is again work by Aviv. We looked at basically the correlation coefficient of any kind of triad of three cells, right? So interestingly, when you look across immune aging, the number of edges in this network of cells that are interacting doesn't drop significantly. They're, young and old people or young or old immune age people, the interactions exist, right? But we're asking whether they're clustering together. Do you get these tirades of high clustering coefficient or low clustering coefficient, right? And there you see a significant change with immune aging, where there's a reduction that happens in the amount of crosstalk. With aging, that reduction is significant, and yet is still much more than what we'd expect on random, again, suggesting that we can see these observations of how people are immune, kind of what the system is trying to conserve in peripheral blood. And that's really useful as we start thinking about taking these types of biological metrics into the clinic, right? Because I can see this from blood. It's a relatively minimally invasive tissue. The problem is we need scale, and we need to do this in a cheap way in hospital settings. So our original way that we defined immune aging was using a machine called CyTOF. These cost about $1.2 million. They really only exist in research institutes. We're lucky to have one. You can do 30 samples a day on CyTOF, and we can measure 40 proteins simultaneously on single cells. The fact that there are ratios that are dependent on one another, and I just showed you, allowed us to reduce the dimensionality of this and now measure an immune state. Forget immune cells. I don't care about immune cells anymore. I'm trying to capture an immune state. We can capture image with 8 markers that basically describe this on a flow cytometer, hundreds of different samples simultaneously. It's cheap. It exists in every hematological unit in every hospital. And so we have the original image score and the reduced image score, and they highly correlate. This is work led by Eric Fedman, an MD PhD student in the lab, with Netta and Tim, who are senior staff scientists. So it starts there, and it goes even further, because the immune system is not just about a single data type. There's crosstalk across them. And so what we started doing, using the cohort, this very rich cohort that has multiple data types, is that we started learning proxies for image in gene expression, Affymetrix chip, RNA-seq, whole blood, PBMC, methylation patterns, proteomics, and single cell and so forth. So we can map any data set that people give us to given metric for immune age and ask how does it play a role. Just to give you a sense, we've been doing this for epigenetics, as I just mentioned. This is work led by Kohav Tal, who's a master's student in the lab. And so we took the entire Framingham-Howard study, measured multiple different epigenetics clocks on them, and then also in what we call image epi, a proxy for image in methylation data. And what we could see is that actually, no matter which clock we're using, image plays and we're modeling clinical variables, image plays a significant role in predicting survival. In fact, complementary to the epigenetic stocks, and it's maybe not surprising because once we've done this, and we can do this with 20 CPG sites, there's basically no overlap with the existing clocks in terms of CPG sites. Another thing we've been moving towards making this a clinically actionable biomarker is technical day-to-day stability, before and after fasting, a variety of different things where this is work in progress that we're doing, as well as upscaling this, as I mentioned, for basically getting this protocol up and running for full automation and so forth. So to summarize up until now, what I basically tried to tell you is that we've identified a pattern that exists in all of us in how we change as we go through life and time goes on. That pattern is conserved. It's all like we're driving on a single road. I call this like the first principal component of immune variation, or at least cellular immune variation. And we can now take a blood draw from you and derive an image score that describes where you are on this road right now, right? Now, an interesting thing is that we've been doing this around the world around different cohorts, including a study in Bangladesh where we took 3-year-old kids. In Bangladesh, 3-year-old kids in Palo Alto and older adults in Palo Alto, 3-year-old kids in Bangladesh have an immune age like a 30-year-old in Palo Alto. Okay, so it's really suggesting this is describing the biological or developmental process of the immune system adapting to exposure in life. And another interesting question to ask is, as you travel on this road, and now you took an off-ramp, where would you end up, right? So if we're all cars here traveling at different speeds, and we're at different positions, where would we end up? It's kind of like, are we all going to end up in Rome, or are we going to end up in different positions? So does immune age, does your immune state now, when I challenge you with something, would matter? Now, you already know the answer because I just showed you that it matters for survival, right? But we wanted to get much higher granularity. And particularly, we're trying to get payers, insurance companies, to recognize that biological clocks are worthwhile to measure, right? So you need to be very, very specific to identify something that payers care about. Basically, they pay a lot of money for and they get it wrong, right? And knowing a biological clock or this immune aging metric would matter. So we already had a lot of signals suggesting that cardiovascular disease is a place where immune aging is relevant and precedes cardiovascular decline based on standard clinical tests. And we dug head deep into a TAVR study. This is basically a procedure where there's a neurotic valve replacement. It's become now a relatively common procedure in cardiology. You can see here, this is a study in collaboration with Francois Haddad and Holden Maker from Stanford, where we took 96 patients. We had a blood draw, baseline blood draw, right? We have their information. They're going through a TAVR procedure. They're getting all the standard cardiovascular assessments done, echo studies and so forth. And then they have a 1-month follow-up and a 1-year follow-up, okay? And the question is, well, clinicians are making decisions on these people, whether they should go through the procedure, what they think is going to happen, and so forth. Would immune aging matter? So if you take all their echo procedure and you look at this and how people perform, basically at echo at baseline, cardiologists today can describe this as a PCA of echo results, favorable baseline echo results. They know if this happens, the person will actually have a good TAVR procedure. And then they had unfavorable baseline. And if it's unfavorable, you actually don't know what's going to happen. They may end up with ventricular adaptation or maladaptation. And so what we asked is, given if you have an unfavorable echo, can we tell what's going to happen at baseline? So you can see here, AUC of 79.8, being able to, based on your image result at baseline, segregate those individuals into maladaptation or not, which one will end up adapting. And the same thing goes for survival 1 year into the study, into the procedure. So a very pinpointed place where immune aging seems to matter, and having a metric or a biological clock for it is worthwhile. Similarly, we asked about a much more common procedure, which is basically vaccination, and looking at the seasonal flu vaccine, the COVID mRNA vaccine. This is a study with Yuval Do and Dana Wolf from Hebrew University, led by Mayan Briller and a PhD student in the lab. We vaccinated a cohort of individuals, followed them over time, and asked with neutralizing antibodies, how do they respond to the COVID mRNA vaccine, right? Immune aging may not matter at all, your immune state. For an immunotherapy, it doesn't make sense. makes a lot of sense that your immune state would actually matter. You can see this on the graph here on the left-hand side, where basically image does actually affect, significantly has an association with the neutralizing antibody, the day 28, versus chronological age does not. When we looked at the entire variance explained in this study, 20% can be explained by your immune age, 10% by your chronological age, and there's still 65% that we need to work on, and we are. Another point is going back, drilling down into this. If your immune age matters, right? So basically that means that you're driving on the road, right? Very nice. And now I gave you a challenge. I gave you a vaccine. And we're already telling you it's going to matter for how much neutralizing antibody you make. But are you driving on the same road when you get, are the same immune components playing a role as you get the stimulation, right? They could respond. Now, standard immunological textbooks says, yes, it's the same cells. We know the players, right? But if you look here, this is a very large cohort of influenza patients, 400 patients getting the flu vaccine. And this is a smoothing, kind of a moving average of where they're sorted based on the image. That's the kind of bar. And what are the cells and gene modules that play a role in predicting or in correlating with HAI responses, your titer responses for the flu vaccine? And what you can see here is that different features play a role differently as part of what your immune age is. And this is highly significant in a permutation test, suggesting that as you move in your immune age in an allostatic way, your immune system changes. And I now stimulated you. Different players play a role, which opens up a whole new slew of immunology for where, what are cells doing as a function of the microenvironment, if you like. So with that, I'll kind of switch gears. I'll just say, and I hope I convinced you, that immune response matters, and that when you challenge people, they respond, but in some ways, in ways that you wouldn't expect. So to me, this is like playing a soccer game. You know, we think about people scoring goals, they run around and score goals. But old people score goals too when they play soccer, just in different strategies. They do long shots, right? They play a different game. So in the same way, we need to be thinking about immune aging as a process, the developmental process that's changing, and now understand that what the strategy is of the body to actually cope with a different immune system. I'll switch gears to the last two slides, just to give you a sense of how all of this ties to what we're building the Technion. I was here last year. I spoke about the fact that we just launched a Healthy Aging Institute. So now we're up and running, right? So this is a large institute. The Technion basically committed $70 million for this, which I'm lucky enough to direct. It's a fascinating direction of basically taking a technological university and pointing it at the largest health challenge today, right? Which is healthy aging. Basically, we have a cohort that we're building. There's a whole kind of research team, research teams that link to it. And to give you the sense of what we're talking about here and what the Technion can bring, we're talking about research teams that go from cell biology and systems aging, like people like myself who study the immune system, to cognition, biomarkers. Yoni here leads the biomarker theme, which is all about AI and kind of integrative multimodal directions, all the way to our engineering faculties. People are doing modulation of foods, assistive technologies of robotics, looking at communities and interactions in the community and environments in architecture and civil engineering. Just to give you a sense of the power of putting this under one thing, here's a project that we just launched, involves multiple faculty from the multiple research teams. So Noga, Ronen, Noel, and myself work on immune aging. Uri Lesmes is a faculty in biotechnology who builds foods, designs foods for older adults. And we're basically launching a project that has, how do you modulate immune aging using foods that are actually fitting for those individuals, combined with Merav Aron Gutman, who's an urban sociologist in civil engineering, in architecture, who studies loneliness in the Hadar neighborhood in Haifa, can predict loneliness in people and change urban planning, and we're collecting blood samples from those individuals. So that, I hope, kind of summarizes kind of the activities we're doing at the Technion broadly, and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we have time for some questions.
I have a question. Great, really fascinating study, and I really hope that you can use this technology very quickly in human. Now, for this new institute, 70 million institute, so are you going to recruit new staff, or you just use the currently existing technion scientists?
We're both recruiting new faculty. So first of all, powering, I will say, and this is how we think about this at Technion. So first of all, our president decided that human health is a strategic direction that Technion needs to push, which is a big decision for the Technion. It means a lot of Technion money is going into human health. Within this, we decided that the topmost thing is healthy aging. And the Institute basically launched. It both includes recruiting new faculty members, so we're looking. Talk to me if you're interested.
Within Israel?
Within Israel right now. And empowering a lot of synergism between Technion departments and so forth that normally, people are used to their lab. And we're trying to basically put people together across the campus to take make real life impact challenge.
It's very interesting though. Let's make really the longevity nation, for Israel to be ahead of other countries, right? Hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess it wouldn't be crazy to preserve my young state of immune system and re-inject my own blood 30 years later. What would you say happens?
Well, I'm not a physician, so I cannot recommend it. But preserving blood is easy. I would go for it. While it's waiting, I'll say we already know that dependent on the condition, it may change. So we're looking, for instance, at bone marrow transplant. We believe an old immune age is a benefit for a donor, for a recipient to get an old immune age donor. Results coming next year in this talk, if Ilia invites me. I subscribe to a different camp. Yes, please.
Thank you. So you did mention testing your biological age, knowing where you're at. And is there a specific age that you should shoot for, which is optimal for maintenance? For example, regardless of how old you are, as long as your biological age is at a specific number, it's good for maintenance long term. So is there a specific age you should shoot for when it comes to biological age?
I think it's an interesting question, a fascinating question. I don't think we're close to having an answer. As I just was saying to Leonid, it's quite clear to us that the condition changes the type of immune age you want, that would be of profit. So if you're living, for instance, in an infectious environment that has a lot of infections, you could think about in the young immune age as being a good thing, right? If you're getting a bone marrow transplant, an old immune age would be a good thing. If you're living at the Bangladeshi data would suggest that if you're living in an area that's really high, kind of pathogen load, the immune system adapts to having an older immune age because you just can't, you can't continuously have such an aggressive immune system attacking kind of a bystander effect on the host. So I think the answer is it's going to take us some time to figure out, but it's a great question.
Yeah, thank you. Just goes to show how resilient our immune system is when it comes to that. You adapt to your environment pretty much.
Right. So what we are doing, just to give a sense of this, is I strongly believe it relates to resilience in that sense. And we're trying to use, for instance, fitness to describe what are the things that are changing in the immune system that are, our lifestyle. You can change what lifestyle versus not, right? What are the things that are basically maladaptations versus adaptations? And I think once we start decoupling them, the picture is going to be much. So again, awesome. Ilia, I'm hoping Ilia will invite me next year.
Great. Thank you very much, Shai. I think because of the organizational concerns, this is the end of this session, and Catherine will give her talk in the next session. So thank you very much to all the speakers and to all the questions.
So let's go on with the next session, and we will listen from Dr. Katrien van Doorn from Technion. The lecture upon multi-scale systems mapping of immune vascular responses in diabetes. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the organizers for inviting me. I see my title slide is not going so well. I hope the rest of my presentation will be just fine. So I'll talk to you today about multi-scale imaging and how we want to image immune vascular responses in diabetes. My name is Katrien van Doorn. I'm from the Technion, from the Faculty of Biomedical Engineering. So we do multi-scale imaging. This is actually a way of imaging where we go from resolution that is macro scale, large scale, towards resolutions that are very high, microscopic, small scale. Doing that, we bridge gaps across spatio-temporal scales by utilizing multimodal imaging. And you can actually best compare that with Google Earth, where you can see at large scale the whole planet. But then when you zoom in, for example, to this conference center, we can then look at a specific building, see what are the interactions between people, in which hallways, and where are they having which connection. We want to then do that and see which are the connections and changes that happen when there is disease. And this is an example of our PET-SPECT CT imaging of a mouse. You see in red the blood vessels, you see in blue 18F-FDG for glucose uptake, and you can see the spleen in purple, and the skeleton as you see it here. When you then, for example, focus on the skull, there are some channels that connect the bone marrow niches from which the immune cells originate, and they are connecting the bone marrow niches, which are here, to the brain or the damaged brain, which is there. Then you can go deeper and look into cells that are actually moving from the bone marrow niches into the damaged brain. This is one of the images I took during my postdoc. So I hope my slides will go well now, but I see the titles are not in the best status. I made it on a Mac, so I apologize up front. So I work on cardiovascular disease and aging because this is still one of the major problems in biomedical research today. And we all know, or we classically understand that cardiovascular disease is a cholesterol storage disease where these fatty patches cause disease. But this classic understanding is actually not right. The real driver of cardiovascular disease is inflammation, where immune cells cause disease, and endothelial cells are very important in these mechanistic changes. So under regular circumstances, the endothelial cell, the vascular endothelial cells, don't have any attraction to white blood cells. White blood cells just zip past the endothelium with millions per moment. But when endothelial cells sense danger, they actually have adhesion molecules that they start expressing, and they get immune cells into the lumen, into the vascular wall, and with them, with these immune cells, they take up fat, and this is how these patches are growing. So in my research, I do look at immune vascular changes, and we know that the immune cells come from the bone marrow. In the bone marrow, there are hematopoietic stem and progenitor cells that give rise to all the leukocytes, and under normal circumstances, they have housekeeping jobs, and they fight infection or clean up damage. But when there are risk factors like aging or diabetes, these hematopoietic stem cells start proliferating, they're activated, and they give rise to an increased amount of leukocytes that eventually do damage to vital organs like the brain or the heart. And we have previously also shown that when there is an infarction, for example, and there is increased hematopoietic stem cell proliferation with oversupply of leukocytes, endothelial cells at the hematopoietic bone marrow are actually the ones that are feeding these type of niches. Just like angiogenesis in tumor, they're needed there in order to give rise to an increased amount of leukocytes. So how do we trace immune vascular dynamics during diabetes? First of all, diabetes has been well characterized in many vascular beds to have vascular complications like endothelial dysfunction, caused by vascular inflammation. But for the bone marrow specifically, and then the bone marrow is the region where there are actually all these immune cells generated, it's poorly understood. It's an uncharted territory, what's going on with the vasculature of the bone marrow. So we wanted to understand what are the bone marrow endothelial changes regulating the myeloid production, so production of leukocytes, and their release during diabetes. And we do that with our multi-scale imaging, intravital microscopy, dynamic contrast-enhanced MRI, and multispectral optoacoustic tomography. This is our experimental setup. We have just normal healthy mice, and we have mice with diabetes, which we induce by giving 5 injections of low-dose streptozotocin. We give them, our methods that we use is flow cytometry, histology, which are regular biological methods. But in order to look at blood vessels and their function, we really need to look at the vessels when the mice are alive. So we do intravital microscopy, MRI, and optoacoustic tomography. I'm just showing you this slide because I will use some abbreviations in the next slide. So the hematopoietic stem cells are the mother cells of all the immune cells, and they proliferate and differentiate towards monocytes and neutrophils, which are the myeloid cells. But then you have some progenitors that are going towards the direction of these leukocytes. They're called common myeloid progenitors, CMPs, and granulocyte myeloid progenitors, GMPs. And so we define these groups, the GMPs and CMPs, in healthy and diabetic mice, and we could see an elevated myeloid cell production in the diabetic marrow. You can see here an increased amount of GMPs and an increased amount of CMPs, so more myeloid cells being produced. So we also looked in the peripheral blood, and we saw an increased amount of neutrophils and monocytes in diabetic mice. When we identified endothelial cells by flow cytometry, we could also see that this increased hematopoietic stem cells, GMPs and CMPs, was actually supported by an increase in vascular endothelial cells. So if there's more hematopoietic stem cells, they also need to get more oxygen and nutrients, and this is done by having more endothelial cells. And we verified that by endomucin staining. And next we went on to intravital microscopy. It's a semi-invasive method where we have a little skin flap and we look with the confocal microscope right onto the skull marrow. There is a little layer of skull, and then straight under it is the bone marrow. We use mice that have a reporter for sprouting vessels. These are Apollin rosaceous green mice. And once we inject tamoxifen, from that moment onwards, new sprouting vessels are green. And first, we actually wanted to look at permeability. We labeled albumin fluorescently and injected it and did time-lapse imaging, and we could see that albumin extravasated faster in the mice that have diabetes. Especially in this region, you can see that there is increased permeability. Then we did some Z-stack imaging, and we looked not only on the permeability on the albumin, but also the amount of blood vessels with CD31 and the amount of sprouting vessels with Apollin zeas green. And we quantified it, and we could see indeed higher levels of permeability, higher levels of CD31 positive vessels, higher levels of sprouting vessels, and more junctions that we quantified on this angio tool, as you see here. We validated our results with ex vivo imaging on the whole femur, and we could see in the region of the distal metaphysis, we could see similar amounts, so a higher neovascularization and permeability in the diabetic marrow. And that the intravital microscopy is a really micro scale. We look at the cells and the changes in the blood vessels only on the skull at a very small level, but then we wanted to also to look at an organ level, at the femur, which is the largest bone in the body, and do MRI. So we labeled our albumin with gadolinium this time for MRI, and we looked at time-lapse imaging. We saw the first measurement we do is the endothelial density, is the intercept with the y-axis. This is the fraction. It gives you an idea of how dense the blood vessels are in this region. That's the fractional blood volume. And the second measure that we took is the slope, or how fast the albumin extravasates, and that's the permeability times surface area product. And we could see that both of these parameters were increased in the diabetic mice. So we saw enhanced endothelial density and enhanced permeability. The next thing we did is, this is a non-invasive method where we shaved a little bit the skull, and we looked at the skull bone marrow with optoacoustic imaging, multispectral optoacoustic imaging. And this allows us to look at oxygenation levels of hemoglobin. And we could see that the diabetic mice have lower oxygenation levels of hemoglobin, which means that there was hypoxia. We verified that with pimonidazole staining, and we could indeed see and correlate the fact that there is hypoxia with the amount of blood vessels. So there are more blood vessels and more hypoxia. So to summarize this part of the talk, when there is in diabetes a high blood glucose level, there is high myelopoiesis with hypoxia near the bone marrow. This gives rise to permeability, endothelial cell density increase, and angiogenesis. And these are very interesting features to know about the bone marrow. So we took these results and then wanted to move them in something more practical. Could we use this increased permeability, for example, to make a biomarker for severity of inflammation? So that's the next thing we wanted to do. And we actually did that using increasing levels of inflammation and with iron oxide nanoparticles. These are Alexa Fluor 647. So this is fluorescent, the Alexa Fluor 647, and cross-linked with iron oxide. The iron oxide is visible in the MRI, and the Alexa Fluor is used to image the particles not only optically but also in the microscope. And these type of iron nanoparticles are pretty well studied in order to look at sites of inflammation. For example, if there is a stroke, you can inject iron nanoparticles and you can see the stroke. If there is an infarction, you can do the same. Any inflammation has been looked at with these iron nanoparticles. It's been thought of that they're taken up, these iron nanoparticles, in the bloodstream. So we just did a sanity check in cell culture, and we saw that these nanoparticles are taken up, the Clio nanoparticles, through endosomal uptake. And when we incubated the cells with nanoparticles, we could see and detect increasing levels of Clio nanoparticle incubated cells, both in the MRI and in optical imaging, as you can see here. We then wanted to see if the uptake would be changed when there is elevated levels of inflammation. So we had 3 groups: the regular control mice, we had mice with LPS. These are lipopolysaccharides that are the outer layer of the bacterial cell wall and cause disease. They're very well studied, and we injected them in the muscle of the rear limb. This means that in the rear limb there was a small inflammation, and we injected the LPS right before and after Clio injection. And then we imaged 2 days after Clio injection. We did that in healthy mice, and we did that in mice after STZ-induced diabetes. So here is pre-Clio. We did just scans to check what is the background, and post-Clio, how much the Clio nanoparticles make a difference in T2 contrast, and we saw that there were increasing levels of Clio nanoparticle uptake. But interestingly, in our hematopoietic bone marrow, we could also see an increase in uptake of these Clio nanoparticles. When we did optical imaging, we could see the same trend, ex vivo we saw in the femur and in the muscle, with increasing levels of inflammation, we could see increasing levels of uptake of our nanoparticles, and we could correlate our findings from the MRI with the findings in the of the optical imaging. So first of all, we wanted to see why is it that these particles are taken up higher at higher levels of inflammation, and we probed again permeability just with albumin labeled this time with rhodamine. We inject it, we let it circulate for an amount of time, and then we look at histology, and we could see an increased amount of permeability through the albumin that is in increased levels at the bone marrow. We also probed in this study with gadolinium the amount of edema in the bone marrow, and we could see increased levels of edema. So part was for sure permeability, but then we also wanted to look if maybe at the lower level these nanoparticles are taken up as well. So you have your mature immune cells, the monocytes, macrophages, neutrophils, we call them lineage positive cells. You have your progenitor cells that are lineage negative and c-KIT positive, and then you have your very immature LSK cells, so they're lineage negative, SCA1 positive and c-KIT positive hematopoietic stem cells. And we looked how many nanoparticles each of these levels take up, and we saw that the mature lineage positive cells take up quite a bit of the Clio nanoparticles, but actually also on the level of progenitors, the LK cells, we could see that they take up, even percentage-wise, the most Clio nanoparticles. And then when we looked at the very immature hematopoietic stem cells, we could see that even there was differences in uptake of these Clio nanoparticles. And then we actually did intravital microscopy with the skin flap. In white, you see the Clio nanoparticles. In red, you see the vessels. And we tried to see the behavior of these Clio nanoparticles compared to the green fluorescent CX3CR1 GFP monocytes. And we quantified that there was increased colocalization of these green cells with the white Clio nanoparticles, and also that the white Clio nanoparticles were trafficking at a lower speed, so an enhanced trafficking of these Clio nanoparticles 2 days after injection. So to summarize this part, we saw enhanced Clio nanoparticle uptake when there were enhanced inflammation levels. There was bone marrow vascular permeability, and hematopoietic uptake was increased when there was inflammation. We saw labeling of CX3CR1 monocytes towards the inflammatory sites. And this was actually new to know that these hematopoietic regions were the ones that actually caused the uptake in inflammation. This is not just important as a finding, but we could actually use this type of imaging as a biomarker for severity of inflammation. And also these nanoparticles can actually target diseases that it can help with therapeutic interventions. If you want to change inflammation, modulate inflammation, these nanoparticles are already targeted to the inflamed hematopoietic bone marrow. So I would like to thank my team, and this work was done by Bezalel and by Narmin and by Ashish Tiwari, and my collaborator is Daniel Stuckey from the University College London, and I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. I was just wondering, do you see there's an overlap between your findings and the condition that we see mainly in adults of bone marrow edema syndrome? And is there some sort of continuum that addresses that, given the lack of clarity in the etiology of bone marrow edema syndrome in adults? Thank you.
Not a physician. I don't know all the bone marrow problems. I really study inflammation, so it's an interesting question that I would like to look into. I know that there is many things that we don't know about the bone marrow because it has been a very difficult organ to study. With our imaging, with our new imaging techniques, we can actually look at it, and that's why this type of imaging methods is important to characterize it. But thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I realize it's not a biochemical study, but still, is this inflammation specific to diabetic, whatever you see, or you see similar phenomena like atherosclerotic plaque? And maybe you still have some knowledge about whether it's induced by the IGF or it's VGF oriented. What's the trigger for this neurovascularization that you see in the diabetic one?
Yeah, so we also did a study on infarction, or I also did a study in infarction during my postdoc. There we actually looked at blood VEGF levels, and there we saw that blood VEGF levels were increased. So I think it's systemic factors that make a change on these blood vessels. And then there is local factors on the breakdown or not of this VEGF, that's for sure. But about diabetes itself, this model is with streptozotocin. It's a model of type 1 diabetes. We are now working with more models of type 2 diabetes to make it more realistic. The hyperglycemia is the core factor that changes the vasculature and that we wanted to look at in this study. And once the vasculature is changed, there is an immune response to that. So we believe it comes from the hyperglycemia that changes the endothelial cells that then by itself changes the immune, activates the immune changes.
Just you answered the comment, because STC is more of a type 1 diabetes. And I just want to compartmentalize this. In this case, there's a lack of insulin. And when there's a lack of insulin, you don't have insulin causing, the proliferative effects of insulin. So insulin is gone. This is not typical for most aging cases. Most aging cases will be like your comment just now is more type 2.
Right.
And we're measuring glucose because it's easy to measure being glucose. In type 2, most of the diseases occur because of a high insulin. So these are really two different type of diseases, type 1 and type 2. So, so you actually answered the comment just now.
Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Now we can go on with the next session, longevity medicine. Yes. With Marios Kyriazis. Marios Kyriazis is a good friend. He is the Vice President of the European Society of Anti-Aging and Regenerative Medicine. He is also the CEO of the National Gerontology Center of Cyprus, and he will speak upon autism and ADHD in older adults.
Okay. A slightly different subject now about autism and ADHD, which is two conditions that affect individuals who are not children anymore. I'm going to talk about autism and ADHD as being one condition because I don't want to separate the two conditions. They have many, they share many symptoms. And just, you can see from there, for me, autism means a hidden genius. It's not a disease, it's a condition. I don't know if it's a condition, but it's a situation where the person has so much intelligence that society cannot cope any longer. But the problem is that there are now increasing numbers of older people, who had autism when they were children, and they haven't been diagnosed properly because the condition at the time wasn't known. Imagine 50 years ago or 60 years ago, people didn't know how to diagnose autism. So they said, this person is strange, he's naughty, he's doing bad things. And they grow up, and now they are into their 60s, 70s, or 80s. They have the condition which is sometimes diagnosed wrongly. And you can see quite a lot of people, taking the example of North America, have autism, but they haven't been diagnosed. I don't know if you know some of the symptoms or signs of these people. Basically lacking social skills. They have interests which they are very, very focused on. They have repetitive behavior, and they have some sensitivities, neurological sensitivities, among other things. So how can we diagnose autism in older people? Basically, the older people have the same symptoms as children have, and they either know how to deal with them or hide them, or people get used to them. So they are not so obvious in older people as they are in children. And I've seen many times when a person has been diagnosed as having autism, instead of being upset, it was a bad thing, they are pleased because they said, okay, now I know what condition I had all my life, therefore I put a name to my enemy. So quite a few people with autism have been diagnosed wrongly with depression, anxiety, or dementia. And this is something that is going to increase as the years go by, because the numbers just keep increasing. The numbers of older people keep increasing. Therefore, the numbers of autism in older people will be increasing. Talking about adults now, not about children. Some symptoms are these, you can see on my list. Apart from talking inappropriately, one important sign for me is avoidance of eye contact. So they talk to you and they look away. Sometimes they look away a bit and you don't notice it. Sometimes they talk like that and it's very noticeable. And this is very basic because it shows that they don't feel comfortable with social contacts. They don't like being too near other people. They don't like other people touching them. They feel anxious in unfamiliar situations. And all of these signs can be confused with dementia, because people who have early dementia may show these signs. So they go to the doctor or they see a relative and they say, you are developing early signs of dementia. No, they are not. They have continuing signs of autism. And the danger is social isolation, because they avoid any contacts with other people. And social isolation causes other things and eventually death. Those of you who know people with dementia, they know that if you try to say to the older person, let's change something and let's go into something different, many times they are resistant to this. They'll feel very anxious. And they will say, you see, dementia. Instead, it's exactly similar sign as somebody who has autism. They have a lack of insight into their own feeling. In other words, they appear cold to other people. You talk to them and they say, yeah, okay. They have an inability to understand other people's feelings. and they appear rude. They may appear rude without meaning to be rude. And notice small details and noises and patterns, which is sometimes something we see in films with autistic people who are geniuses, and they can count how many matches they are on the floor, and or other small details, how many papers. Now we come to the fact that autism is considered as a disease by some or many doctors. And this is something that is like a racist thing, that autistics thing, there isn't such a word, but it's negative discrimination of people who have autism, thinking that they are disease when they are not disease. And we see even the definition, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. In 4 words, 2 words are negative, deficit and disorder. It's not a deficit or a disorder. We are not looking for cure. We are not looking for drugs or medication, because in the majority of situations, these conditions are not diseases to be cured. Maybe I'll explain a bit in a minute. Yeah. So you see so many positive characteristics of people who have autism. They have good memory and logic. They can learn things easily if you encourage them to learn. Many of them are excellent in academic matters where there is no social interaction involved, like mathematics and science and medicine like us. They are being dependable, reliable, and they think out of the box. In other words, they come up with new ideas, things that people have not thought about. They are able to visualize them and create these new ideas. And I believe these people are the engine that keeps progress forward and creativity. And at the bottom, I put again in red letters about what autism means. This is just a drawing, which you may think, oh yes, it's a drawing. It was drawn by an autistic person, and he saw an original photograph of a hand with the veins and the skin and the moles on the hand, and he was copying it. And he was copying all the lines, and we said to him, okay, now it's finished. No, I have to draw more and draw more, and we couldn't pull him away from drawing it because he hasn't finished drawing all the things. And you can see the representation and the small details as they are in his mind. In other words, that's what I was saying earlier. Creativity, see things in different ways. A normal person, no, I wouldn't say normal person. A neurotypical person would draw the hand quickly, draw a few lines and leave it. Whereas this particular person wanted to express all the ideas and images that he had in his mind. Apart from dementia, other conditions that can be confused, schizophrenia, obsessive compulsive, depression, and Diogenes syndrome. I don't know if many of you know about Diogenes syndrome, or Diogenes, the Greek philosopher who used to live in a barrel or something. It's a syndrome that we meet in some older people who have an obsession of collecting things. They live in a room full of rubbish. It's something that we see in clinical medicine, clinical geriatrics. And they just collect many things, and they are socially withdrawn. So this is something that can be confused with a patient who has ADHD or autism. There are some differences here. The age of onset it can be, as we all know, from children. For ADHD, Diogenes syndrome is only for older people. And they have also psychological problems, people who have Diogenes syndrome. Whereas people with autism or ADHD, they don't usually have, they just have the symptoms and the signs that I described just now. So the diagnosis can be done, but we need to pay attention to it, to the small details. The same with dementia. These conditions can be, as I said, confused with dementia, and you can see the common ground between the two. With some specialist advice or specialist assessment, the diagnosis can be made easily. This is just a picture of old people who have autism. I tried very hard to find pictures of women, older women who are geniuses with autism, but I couldn't find. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Okay, we'll talk about this and then. So this is an interesting situation because study shows that people who have autism are also more likely to have LGBT characteristics. And you can say, okay, it's a statistical error or construct, or we don't know. But it's not that they have an interest in the same-sex relationship or relationships who do not progress to procreation, but they don't have any interest in sex at all. And one wonders, why do autistic people don't have any interest in sex? Not all of them, a good percentage of them. Does anybody know? I see it more philosophically at a zoom-out position. I said earlier that autism is hidden genius. In other words, they have an increased brain activity. We live in a society who does not depend on physical characteristics anymore. If I'm not very strong, it doesn't matter in my society. In this society, what we have to have is good brain, good cognition, and good ability to interact with technology. So people who are clever, who see things out of the box, who are very constructive, are more suited to this environment, to this modern society. Therefore, if they are in tune with their environment, in tune with the new nature, with new technology, they have mechanisms to live longer themselves, so they don't need to procreate, they don't need to have children. If I ask you one simple question, but you have to think about it. Why do we have children? What's the reason of having children? Why can't we just live ourselves for longer and longer and longer? We have children because we age and die, and therefore life has to continue. Or we age and die because we have children. This is something that you probably heard before. Fertility is related to longevity. The the more fertile a species is, the less they live. Yeah? Elephants, ants. The ants have many ants and they don't live as long. Elephants have less babies and they live longer. And this is a trick by nature. Nature wants life to continue. It doesn't care whether it's through us or through our children. As long as somebody lives, it doesn't matter who it is. So if we don't have children for some different mechanisms or other reasons of nature, then there'll be an increased pressure by nature to us to live longer. So we live longer, we have healthier longevity, but we have less children. Therefore, this reflects here. People who are likely to live longer are those who are in tune with a cognitive, technological society. Everything is digital. They use their brain, their imagination, their creativity. In other words, autistic people. Therefore, they don't need to have children. The natural pressure by whatever mechanism inside them is reduced, and they are free to express their sexuality as they like. And this is a connection between autism and gender dysphoria, which means not wanting to have children, basically. Yeah, is it clear? I don't know. This is some simple advice of how to deal with people who have autism. And I just want to say about masking. Masking is hiding your symptoms from the public. Somebody who has autism and doesn't want to look at you in the eyes, as I said, it looks like this. Masking means to forcefully make himself turn and look at you in the eyes. That's a trick, that's masking, and it uses up energy of the person. And many people do it, and they appear in order to appear normal. They force facial expressions, they hide their interest. If they like playing with matches very much, you ask them, what is your hobbies? And they say nothing, because they hide it. And this is something that uses a lot of energy of the person, so we have to know how to unmask it. First, we have to find out that the person is doing the masking, and then hide it. Because of time, I'll just jump to the conclusions. You can see here. The main point is that autism and ADHD are not illnesses, are positive assets, and if somebody tells you that you have this diagnosis, then you should be proud and try to promote your characteristics. And it may be confused with illnesses who are chronic in older people. And those of us who are doctors, they should make the effort to find the right diagnosis. And this is me and some of my characteristics here. You can see. And thank you very much.
Marios is also an author, and he brought us a new aspect of neurodiverse diseases. And it's a really triggering situation for us physicians to manage such situations. So are there any kind of questions? Anybody who wants to ask something?
Hi, thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the difference between autism and ADHD?
The difference traditionally has been, traditionally people try to separate the two, but in 30 or 40% of situations, the symptoms are the same. Autism is not one condition, it's a spectrum. So some people may have some problems or some issues, other people may have some but then get better and develop others, which they had originally. So I consider the two conditions as similar or the same in clinical, from the clinical point of view.
So what is the difference, like in terms of kind of help or treatment for, like I know a friend, he got diagnosed with ADHD, now he takes like Attent to help him.
It takes what? Sorry.
How do I call it?
Tablet?
No.
Pills?
Yes, like methamphetamine medication.
Oh, okay.
Like Ritalin or.
Yeah.
So, and for autism, is there like something equivalent or?
If you have those symptoms, then if you are autistic and you have some symptoms. But before I do that, I want you to imagine a car, a Ferrari. Okay, you start the Ferrari and you press on the gas and the car goes boom, 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 and at the same time you press on the brake and you press both the same. There'll be a lot of noise, a lot of smoke, and people will say, there is some illness here, something is wrong. And the treatment is to put more brake. No, the treatment, according to me, is to lift your leg from the brake and let the acceleration go, and let the person go and develop their own things. Don't stop them. Why stop them and treat them and make them normal like everybody else? Encourage them. So it depends on the actual symptoms they have. Some people have other neurological problems who are confused with the ADHD. I've seen people who are very disruptive, for example, but the problem is with society, not with the patient, not with the person.
So we see a lot of similarities between autism and dementia, as well as Alzheimer, in terms of traits, similar traits. Is there anything to suggest to us that people who have autism are more likely to develop either Alzheimer's or dementia?
Yes, people who have autism and they haven't been diagnosed and the condition found earlier, they are more likely to have not only Alzheimer's but also other conditions. And the research shows that they are more likely to have unrelated things like heart disease, osteoporosis, other conditions, and increased risk of dying, early death. I don't know if this research is valid or not, or maybe it is due to other problems people may have. But in general, as things are at the moment, it shows that they are more likely to get these conditions, yes.
Doctor, welcome to Israel, first of all. It has been a pleasure to hear you. I would like to make a little point. Autism is not a disease. Let's start with that. This is a big myth that is damaging society. Imagine if anybody could have access to the tools and means to create. An autist would be somebody who thinks deeply enough to create something that doesn't exist because it doesn't meet the parameters of a polite society. Let's say he doesn't have a degree. He ends up not being funded. He ends up not having enough to live. Therefore, the Diogenes syndrome will be an effect of not having enough resources, therefore saving resources which can be useful, whether or not they will be. Let's say I use 98 meters of electrical cable, I'll save the 2 meters. Maybe I need 2 meters, correct?
Yes, I'm talking more generally. As a general society now we are.
Yes.
The things that matter are digital things, digital information for the common people, not for specialists. All of us are using our devices. Every one of us has this, and we take it for granted. What this does is to send us information into our brain, and the brain is not anything magic. The brain has to take this information, digest it, and respond. This is a form of brain stimulation.
Very clear. But what I was saying about the common myth is that if somebody gets disqualified by society, cut off, the bank will give him a cent and so on.
What do you mean disqualified by society?
In the sense that if you are reaching a position in society in which you don't have enough to live on, then you are forced to collect things like 2 meters wide. You know what I mean? Somehow, listening to you brought me back to my teenage when I was reading Hermann Hesse. You would be the chief monk in Castalia on the Glasperlenspiel.
Yes, this depends on the personality. Mm-hmm. If, for example, me, if I didn't have anywhere to live, I will get some bread and one apple, and that would be it. I wouldn't collect things in case I don't have them in the future. Other people will collect things in order to have them in the future.
I understand the pack rat syndrome, yes, but that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to resources, complete resources that only are resources in the eyes of the person that is holding it. What the other person says, what do you need that for? You know.
Yeah. Okay, I understand the point.
You got my point.
It is a valid point, but I believe.
I am sure your book is going to be very enjoyable. I'll make sure to get it.
Okay, I think we don't have any more time.
Microphone, anybody?
Okay.
Okay, I'm not usually comment on presentations, but I just wanted to say, I don't have a question. I just wanted to say that I'm very thankful for your words, and it was very interesting, and I very appreciate that you normalize the situation of autism and explain that this is not a disease. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Kyriazis, for this challenging talk. And now we will go on.
We'll go on. First of all, before that even, we have two recorded presentations. People couldn't come. This is an entirely in-person meeting. So in the last moment, the two presenters couldn't come, and so they sent the recordings. That's the lectures of Professor Calabrese and Dr. Leitensdorf.
Hello, Longevity Nation Israel. Ilia, thank you so much for inviting me. Everybody, thank you for coming. I think it's very exciting what's turning out to be a very cool magnet conference here in Israel. So it's a pleasure to virtually meet you and tell you a little bit about what we're doing at Longevity AI. For those of you who met us before, I think there's quite a few cool new stuff that you can still see today. As always, in this conference, I always try to focus on the research part, connect to my geeky side, and see who of you can I get excited. And we do have an opening for our data science team. So if you're interested, this is one of the reasons I'm so excited to speak today, because I know a lot of clever people are sitting in this crowd. Cool. Let me share my screen. So let me ask you a question. How do you see the world in 5 years? Well, a lot of my friends that I talk with say that we're going to have a lot of touch points with AI as we go about our day, right? With our emails, with our doctor, maybe with before we speak with a lawyer or accountant, or just a random question we're having. And there's a question of what will be my AI that I trust, my operating system, my best buddy, and which one will be an app on this operating system, basically just getting the right amount of information there and back, just like an app on the App Store. And a lot of my friends tell me, well, I'll probably trust the app that my doctors trust or my bank trusts. And that's actually the app. If you think about it, what are the 10 apps you have on your phone that you actually use? And what was the last time you joined this exclusive club? Probably was someone you already trust. So in order to do that, and in order to deliver longevity for everybody, delivering billions of healthy years to humanity, we chose to go by serving doctors and then having a member-centric experience. So let's see how we're building that. First of all, if you know us, or I guess a lot of the people here are very excited about longevity, so this will not be too fresh for you. But when I first realized that, it was shocking, right? 80% of our unhealthy lives are preventable. And it's amazing how much resources and pain are going to things that can just be prevented. We have clinical standards for that, but even the doctor will tell you that the clinical standard that they know, well, could be better. It's done on a very biased population, age, gender, ethnic background, 50 years ago in many cases. And the error range is just high. So it's very hard to understand what's the biomarker that could move the needle for me. And most importantly, these things don't take into control 70% of the effect, my lifestyle. So how about we combine the two? And by layering that, we can understand not only how the old school Framingham, when one village in the States can do the work for me, how do I actually connect it to my lifestyle today with the app? How can I make sure all of my clinical data, and not just 8 parameters, are connected by an AI native EMR? And of course, we're so proud of our Florence Nightingale, our AI, that she read millions of health records, decades of continuous longitudinal data, full medical records, and she read all the medical literature ever written. And she can help understand how our systems are aging. Is it the heart aging the fastest, or is it the cognition? What's the effect of the lifestyle, cognition, mindful, sleep, movement? She can take all these elements, leverage from the top tier tech, but keep it confined with evidence-based medicine. So Florence is basically built to be your one of your best friends, because she knows a lot about you, and she will tell you the truth from your philosophy, from your perspective, from the perspective that of the people you trust, your doctors, your coach, your nutritionist, your own chosen goals, harmonizing it all in one place. So one of the cool things that we have to share is that we're very privileged to have a lot of doctors worldwide, 40,000 practitioners, clinicians by end of year, that are day in, day out, asking Florence questions, logging into the Florence electronic medical record, and delivering great lifestyle, clinical grade to members everywhere. And members getting a great member-centric experience. They choose which data they want to share, drag and drop any lab from anywhere in the world, getting that one place of coherence and priority around their lifestyle. So thank you to all our partners. This is how we can actually make impact. So a little bit deeper about how we are making Florence. So it's all about understanding how we can get all these lifestyle data on top of the classic clinicals and understand this one behavioral change that is proven to do that magic moment. But Florence does, just like Tinder. She takes what you love doing, you love walking, well, just maybe a little bit more is the next best thing. And she does that best match between what you love to do and what your doctor would love for you to do. I'll give an example of myself. For those who heard me last year, now I circled the sun 36 times. But my biological age hopefully means much more about my health. So my biological age is well under 30, cognition, metabolic, but heart is 34, a little bit older. Looking into clinical standards like the Framingham, it's not the glucose, it's the potential hypertension. So a classic GP or classic GPT will tell me, well, go to the gym, do your 150 minutes recommended by the CDC. Well, I don't go to the gym, and it's in a minute 2026. It's time a doctor gives me an advice I like, right? So what if I walked 8,000 steps until recently? Now I walk 4. And this can be the best thing I can do for my heart, which is the main health topic. And alleviating this stress is the best thing I can do for my function and feeling today. But also from a clinical perspective, it's what I can do to extend my health span the most, right? 80%. Everything except for contagious diseases and getting hit by a bus. This is how Florence looks behind the scene. Feel free to reach out. You can get your own demo of exactly how everything is moving. But, just as a broad strokes, we can look at like that's all the data coming in, all of the blood measurements ever connected by evidence-based medicine to the lifestyle conditions. And in the right side, we see all the opportunities to help with lifestyle. And in the center, we're seeing everything which I love and I always love to geek out on. And this is the diseases that we are predicting and preventing, moving the needle in making the bar higher and higher about how you can predict and prevent the aging conditions. Let's go back to the deck. So you can stroll and understand anything from your genetics to blood, from family, from imaging and microbiome, and you can easily understand where you stand and contextually ask Florence how you are, and she'll answer. She's the only AI that, if you choose to, can have all your clinical data and lifestyle data. So she can get pretty clever and personalized. This is the screen that's most interesting for us. So what we're very proud of and we achieved in the last year, this is actually the first time we're showing it. It will be published soon. So we're very proud that Florence, looking into the amazing data of here in Israel and an author in North America, she understood how the clinical standards are good. But you can also see, if we're taking it the Framingham score, female and male are right here. But what happens if we take it into modern population and apply a little bit better mechanisms, then you can significantly improve what is generally considered as a great tool to understand the accuracy of something, which is an RC, the balance between false positive and false negative, right? Same goes for metabolic and with one of the HMOs in Israel that we will be live with this next year, 2026. Can't wait to serve millions of Israelis. That's something the entire team is so excited about. They actually asked us to add a little bit more parameters to the classic American Diabetes Association clinical standard. And not only we improved with this extra parameter that is prevalent in that HMO, we can even make it significantly better. So that's an opportunity to create unique IP, unique biological ages for a specific client, a specific set of population. So if you're a big hospital out there, there's something that we can deliver to you that could really serve your population better and make your doctors trust even more the system that you're serving them. And our freshest from the oven, even not in the colors that I like, but data scientists, they have their own spirit, and I love that. This is something which is dear to heart, which is the cognitive. It's always a bit left out, but so important. It's a big part of the 80%. And the classical standards are just, this line in the center presents random. So the clinical standards are good, but we can do so much better with the data we have of how we predict, and most importantly, what is the needle mover of how can we prevent, how can we give people more healthy years without types of dementia, right? Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. And next up is going to be our immune system, covering the complete 80%. I promised Ilia that I'll keep it short, so that's what I have for you today. I'm sorry that I couldn't join you, but Din from our team, the Longevity AI team, is in the crowd. Go look for him. He's our data analyst, super talented guy. I hope we can find one more talented person that Din will be lucky to work with. If you have any questions, if you want to just geek out on some data or algorithms or what we have in store, feel free to reach out. We have our emails on the website, or just my name at LongevityTech.fund. Everybody, that was a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for inviting me, Ilia. Have a great rest of the conference. Cheers.
Thanks. Good morning. Thanks very much, Ilia, for the kind invitation. And I'm very sorry I cannot attend in presence this so important and interesting meeting. And I like to present the video of my presentation of title Flavonols from Blueberries and the Grapes Effect on Brain Function. So thank you very much again, and I wish all of you a great success for the outstanding outcome of this important meeting. I like to shed light on my journal. I'm editor-in-chief of Open Medicine. I would be very happy to have some of your contribution. Please don't hesitate. And also I'm in the editorial board of important journals like Aging Research Review, Current Neuropharmacology, Free Radical Biology Medicine. And in all my research history, I have dedicated my best attention to the role of nutrients on brain health and disease. In particular, aging, which is at the frontier of science. And these are my last book, being the president of the European Society of Anti-Aging Medicine. We have dedicated a lot of major interest to longevity mechanism in order to assure that life expectancy expanding, not only adding a year to life, but also a life to year. This is one recent book of a couple of months ago, the roadmap to longevity medicine, but also 3 weeks ago, brain and mental health in aging, where we have dedicated our contribution focusing on phytochemicals and vitagens for healthy brain, together with Naomi and my great collaborators that I thank very much. Also, in the last year, we have published books with Suresh Ratan, friend and collaborator, explaining health across science, nutrition, food and diet in aging and longevity, and also human aging. So there is a rationale leading my research, connecting anti-aging medicine strategies from bench to clinics with antioxidants and oxidant disorders. And in particular today, I will present data regarding the nutritional use of memophenol, which is a standardized polyphenol-rich extract from grapes and blueberries in a model of rat model of Alzheimer's disease. So in our study, we have developed with aluminum chloride for 60 days, and then the last months we have treated with memophenol, and then we have evaluated all behavioral and biochemical markers of oxidative stress and Alzheimer's disease neuropathology. As we can see, there is a very significant amelioration of behavioral deficit that these animals develops. Here we can see the latency at the escape time, which is significantly reduced after memophenol treatment. Together with the measure behavioral finding, we can see how neuronal loss is significant in the model, but significantly reduced after memophenol supplementation. Here we can see sham, where the neuronal population are not affected by memophenol treatment. And also we have measured APP and phosphorylated tau in the hippocampus, and here we can see how in the animals there's a significant accumulation of both APP and phosphorylated tau, and the significant protection afforded by memophenol treatment. Together with a beta deposition, we have looked at NRF2 expression and NRF2-dependent beta genes, including hemoxygenase. And here we can see how in AD there's a response, cellular stress response mobilization, but it's not efficient, while memophenol treatment bars the NRF2 translocation, so it's consistent with activation of the expression of hemoxygenase 1, which is an NRF2 dependent protein. And together with hemoxygenase, we have measured decreased activity of major antioxidant enzymes and the protection by memophenol. Here we can see that this is the case for superoxide dismutase, but also catalase, and we have also measured the glutathione peroxidase, and all antioxidant response is significantly ameliorated by memophenol treatment. Here we can see that together with the measure redox neuronal redox change observed after aluminum chloride and added pathology, neuropathology development, and the significant protection observed after memophenol treatment. We have also investigated the astroglial reactivity and microglial reactivity. As we can see, GFAP increases with aluminum chloride, and memophenol induces significant protection, together with the AKB, which is the protein associated with NFKB that follow the same trend, increase and protection. But also measure pro-inflammatory cytokines such as TNF alpha, interleukin beta, and interleukin 6. So this is a very important observation, which I take the opportunity to thank Professor Osakabe, because we have developed in a laboratory the effect of memophenol on flow-mediated vasodilation. And here we can see how before treatment respect to which administration of polyphenols from berry and grape induce a significant consistent increase in blood perfusion in this model of muscle cremaster in blood irroration, which is well characterized in the laboratory of Professor Osakabe. Together with this observation, we have expanded our interest on the use of hormetic nutrients in brain health and disease, and we have recently demonstrated the efficacy of boswellic acid from frankincense from Oman, from Boswellia sagra, in regulate autophagy and neuroprotection in a model of traumatic brain injury. This is the paper recently published, and the group with which I enjoy collaborating. So the idea that I'm moving forward with my research is that we have increase in life expectancy, but only increase in the amount of years, just because we have removed the passive causes of cell death, of death, like antibiotic, like better environmental condition, like better nutrition. We have obtained this shift from 50 years life expectancy at the beginning of our century. Today is more than 86 for women and 84 for men. This is only the effect of removal of passive causes of death. Now we want to add not only year to life, but life to year, the quality of life in centenarian, for instance, because I can have two centenarian in front of me, one being state, another completely in full disease and with risk of death within days. Both are model of successful aging, but yet they express a completely different phenotype. So we want to impact the quality of life during aging in order to obtain not only expansion of amount of years, but also the quality of life. We can do this if we have a good target that we can modulate with proper intervention. One idea is the idea of Vita genes that are NRF2 dependent proteins, and the ability that we have to modulate in a redox sensitive way through NRF2. And this is the case for sulforaphane that modulate the redox state of KEAP1, thereby activating NRF2. In fact, NRF2 freed moving to the nucleus, where binding to antioxidant responsive element, which is in the promoter of a critical stress protective gene, which I have defined Vita gene. So these are my Vita genes, include the hemoxygenase 1, heat shock protein 72, gamma-glutamyl-cysteine lyase, which is a critical enzyme in the Meister cycle of glutathione synthesis, but also thioredoxin reductase and sirtuin. So and as a general approach, the biochemical way how measure all polyphenols act is according to principle of hormesis, where at low dose we have a beneficial effect which we don't see at higher dose, in the higher dose range where we observe a detrimental effect. And this is the way our mental performance works, our lifespan works, and this is the reason why we are so interested in better and further refinement of the idea of hormesis, underlying the measure nonlinear biological response from brain health to brain disease to lifespan. And the way how we can do this is with a nutritional approach, where the dose response of hormesis reflect the beneficial effect of low dose stimulation by hormetic nutrients, where at higher dose we have toxic effect. This is the case, for instance, for memory enhancing drugs, where we can define at low level dose range the beneficial window of their effect, followed at higher dose by toxic effect. Hormesis also has been recognized as the key to conjugate the traditional Chinese medicine, the Eastern medicine with modern Western medicine. And the key unifying the beneficial of medical perspectives and approach is hormesis. Cellular stress response, the hormesis paradigm, and Vita genes are central to my enthusiasm in laboratory research, and we have characterized a lot of flavonoids, nutritional hormetic nutrients according to the general principle of hormetic response. Also, gasobiology, neurogasobiology comply with the principle of hormesis. At low dose, nitric oxide is beneficial, but higher dose it's toxic, but also carbon monoxide from hemoxygenase and hydrogen sulfide from enzyme that we have in our body that generates hydrogen sulfide. So cystathionine beta ligase, cystathionine beta ligase are a protein example of gene expression connected with production of a low dose amount of gas that accomplish important function in especially in brain. We have also used in our experimental approach from bench to clinic also polyphenols present in mushrooms, and we have been the first to document the presence of polyphenols in mushrooms, and we have used in the clinical trial, for instance, in Meniere disease, which we have developed as a model of neurodegenerative damage, and we have observed important neuroprotective effect after 3 months of treatment with mushroom that are vehicle of polyphenols. As the last part of my talk concern what is the measure focus in the research in my laboratory, we use lipidomics, we use metabolomics to characterize in the patients, in healthy subject, the pro-inflammatory, anti-inflammatory status, and so we can characterize in real time, day by day, the redox stress response with urinary analysis of any individuals. So we have applied this in autism, where we have performed studies employing antioxidants, and in particular, this is the last minute of my talk, we are developing biotechnological mini organ technology, and in this case we have published, thanks to the collaboration with Thomas Hartung, Sergio Modaferi at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, and in my lab we are able to develop a mini brain towards a three-dimensional modeling of human brain in health and disease. In particular, these are my mini brain, where we can study all the brain functions, just taking from urine, from peripheral blood cell and reprogramming. And after cellular reprogramming, we obtain the brain of this subject. Not only, but the future is based according to the principle of bank power. We can use this brain rich in stem cells to rejuvenate the own individual, because this brain can secrete microRNA, extracellular vesicle, and a lot of other magic components that will make our future bright. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks. And now I would like to go to the second, to the last session, which is the possibilities of rejuvenation, and some introduction to that. There was supposed to be a third presenter in this session, Professor Vadim Freifeld, head of the Aging Research Division of Ben Gurion University in Beersheba. Unfortunately, he is no longer with us due to an aging-related condition. He was supposed to talk about hallmarks of rejuvenation following the publication of his book on the principles of rejuvenation. Unfortunately, aging is still an age-related disease. Aging-related ill health is still stronger than us. So for us, we have to want to honor his memory, all his contribution for many years, for many decades into the aging research field, raising many amazing students, publishing many amazing research works, and also we need to to be motivated to work faster. This is no playing matter. So I would like to give the words one of his leading students, Ekaterina Rudnitskaya, who will also say a few words in his memory. Please, Ekaterina.
Thank you very much, Ilia. I don't have so much to add. Probably I just want to add that Professor Freifeld devoted all his life to fight aging, and he worked till his last minute. Even when he was in the hospital 1 week before his death, I came to him with my laptop and we worked on ongoing paper. So he will forever live in our hearts and in our minds, and I hope that one day his dream of rejuvenation becomes true. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irina. Yes, and his legacy will continue. We will speak about another tragic case during the concluding session. After this, health longevity research goes against much evil, against much odds, but I hope we persevere and we succeed eventually to overcome it. So it is my pleasure to formally start this scientific session on the possibilities of rejuvenation. Marius, the direction is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, Dr. Ohad Gafni is here. Yeah, he's going to talk about deep biosolutions for longevity, an interesting subject.
Is this? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for the organizers for inviting me, especially Ilia. And today I'm going to share with you what we do at Renewal Bio and how we're developing technologies for rejuvenation. So at Renewal Bio, what we do is basically harnessing the full potential of pluripotent stem cells. We've developed a very cool platform to differentiate pluripotent stem cells. So I would like to start with this painting by Lucas Cranach the Elder, where old people come from one side of the fountain of youth and come out young. And of course, unfortunately, we haven't found a fountain of youth yet, as far as I know. But it would be cool if we, much like cars, can basically change parts that are old and rejuvenate them by newer parts. And for that, we've developed a new entity, and we call it Stambroids. It's a cell therapy platform that we use to differentiate pluripotent stem cells, and we basically use the environment or the microenvironment or bioenvironment that support differentiation properly that happens in real life, just with cells, with pluripotent stem cells, and that's how we're doing it. As you know, there is an immense need for cells for a lot of different conditions. However, it's not really available. There are a lot of reports in the literature that fetal tissue can really rejuvenate conditions or aging organs or aging tissues. However, it's ethically controversial. We can't really harvest fetal tissues from anywhere, and it's not really available. What is available for the last 30 years or so is ESCs and iPSCs, and the cells really have the potential to differentiate to any cell type in our body. However, there is a really huge deficit in the protocols because it's very hard to mimic what happens in real life in the bioenvironment, providing all the cues and all the factors and all the whatever the cell needs to differentiate properly with the right amplitude and the right timing. And what we do in Renewal Bio is we're not pushing the cells into going into a specific fate. We're just providing all of the bioenvironment that supports proper differentiation. How do we do that? Our vision is basically taking a cell from a biopsy from a patient or even a blood sample, reprogram the cells, into iPSCs, transitioning them into one of our patented technology, which is the naive condition. And the naive culture conditions basically allows us not only to differentiate the cells to the embryo proper or the human body, but also the extraembryonic tissues that provide the support for proper differentiation. When we aggregate them together and we basically make the stambroids, we mature the stambroids up to a specific point, and then basically collect the stambroids, associate them into a single cell suspension, and then we are isolating the cells that we need for whatever condition, and we transplant them back. And that's basically our vision. That could be used for a lot of different conditions, as I mentioned before, but there are a lot of organs that age, and we can rejuvenate them just by providing young, identical cells. And our platform is comprised of 3 breakthrough technologies. One is the ability, as I mentioned before, to culture our cells in naive conditions, allowing more plasticity and providing the supporting environment for proper differentiation. The second is the ability to grow embryos or stambroids outside of the uterus with our roller culture, ex utero incubator. And the third is basically making the developmental models from cells alone. So without a need of oocyte or sperm, we can take pluripotent stem cells, culture them in these conditions, make the stambroids, and basically make something that looks very much and mimics embryo development. It's not an embryo, it's just a platform to differentiate cells. How do we do that? So we take the human pluripotent stem cells and we take them from, so if we generate human iPSCs, the conventional ways to culture human iPSCs or ESCs are primed conditions. And our proprietary media conditions, the naive conditions, we take the primed condition, the primed cells, de-differentiate them back into the naive conditions, and from there we create the trophoblast, trophoblast cells, which will later form the placenta, and hypoblast cells, which are the primitive endoderm and extraembryonic mesoderm, more supportive environment that would later form the umbilical cord and the yolk sac. And when we aggregate all these cell types together with specific ratios and quantities, we form, after 8 days, what you can see here. So on the left panel, you can see, where's the pointer here? Is this it? Yeah. So on the left panel here, you can see a stambroid, 8 days in protocol. And on the right, you can see a textbook image of an embryo 14 days post-fertilization. And you can see that the structures here, so in magenta, you can see the trophoblast, as in here. And in yellow, you can see SOC17 positive cells, which mark the hypoblast or the yolk sac. And here, as you can see, is the epiblast. And what you see here is the bilaminar disc, which is a really important event in your life. Not your marriage, not your firstborn. This is probably the major event in your life. This is where differentiation happens. This is where gastrulation starts and elongates. And then later on, there's somatogenesis and organogenesis. So this is the proper way to differentiate cells. These are the conditions that allow proper differentiation into multiple and various cell types. So as it starts here at day 0, you can see a bunch of cells. At day 1, they start to cluster together. At day 2, day 3, they start forming compartments like the epiblast and the hypoblast. As they move forward, you can see that they grow in size, but it's kind of hard to see it in a bright field image, but you can see here by the staining that they form the proper, proper tissues and proper lineages. This is the second part. So first, before I showed you 2 parts of our technology, basically forming stambroids from cells alone, and also culturing in naive conditions. And this is the third part, basically growing. I don't know if this is, why is it not working? I'll try to get that here. So basically allowing embryos to culture them outside of the uterus. You can see here, this is a naturally mated, naturally conceived embryo that we took out, a mouse embryo that we took out at day 6.5, and we allowed it to grow outside of the uterus for another 6 days. And what you can see here is the elongation, the primitive streaks, and the somites forming next to it. So you can see that it not only growing in size, but actually differentiating and forming the proper organs and whatever is needed for proper differentiation. The beauty about our platform is that we're not pushing the cells into a specific fate. And as we move along with the axis of development, we see that we can use more and more cells for different indications and different conditions. And we're currently at this stage, day 23, 24, basically the onset of gastrulation, the elongation of gastrulation. And our first milestone is day 28, basically deriving hematopoietic stem cells. And there are a lot of evidence in the literature when you take young blood and you transfuse it into an old mouse, you can rejuvenate the tissue and basically prolong its life. And also with the allowing it to resist different pathogens more efficiently. But we can use a lot of different cells in each and every time point for a lot of different indications. So we're basically using the same platform, using the same protocol. We're not changing anything other than the way we're isolating the cells. This is basically a stemroid where we are now. A stemroid is day 23, mimicking 23, 24 of development. You can see the hint gut here on the right. You can see human embryos at day 23, 24. This is taken from atlases in basically available online. And you can see here the hint gut and the neural plate here and the amnion. And you can see these structures here as well in the stemroid. You can see the neural plate and the hint gut. There's the amnion and there's the trophoblast. So very exciting times. We can take these stemroids, dissociate them into single cells when we magnetically separate specific cells. So we are now dealing with, at this stage, we're dealing with hematoendothelial progenitors where CD34 cells can express both CD31 and CD90, basically indicating their dual lineage progression. And when we take these cells, we see that there are CD34, some of them are CD31 positive. They have properties for endothelial cells that we checked, and they are forming vessels. I think I showed you that last year. But what we see now is they're also expressing hematopoietic traits like CD34, of course, but also very important transcription factor. It's called RNX1. And what we've seen when we took these cells and we RNA sequenced them, something very interesting. We saw that if we try to cluster them with adult HSCs, and we could try to cluster them with data sets of human AGM, that's the area in the human body where, not only in the human body, but mammalian cells, where the hematopoietic stem cells generate at first. So that's the first indication where in the area or developmental stage where hematopoietic stem cells start to develop. We can see that our cells cluster with AGM and not adult HSCs, and we saw that they have both endothelial and hematopoietic traits with the Go ontology profile. So our vision, as I mentioned before, is to produce a lot of different cell types for a lot of different indications, and basically the process would be using either autologous iPSCs, allogenic iPSCs, or even engineered iPSCs, putting them in our platform, transition them to naive iPSCs, and in naive condition, allowing them to differentiate also to the extraembryonic tissues, aggregate them to stemroids, and then culture them up to the specific point where we want the cells, whatever cells that we're going to use, and making a master cell bank of a lot of different cell types that we can use for longevity or other conditions. And that's basically our vision and where we are striving to. This is the development pipeline. Currently, we're focusing on hematopoietic stem cells and endothelial cells, but as we go along, we can produce more and more cell types. We already see the starting of neuronal progenitor cells and a lot of different cell types that we can use in the future. So I would like to end with this. That's something for you, maybe, Ilia, more than anyone else. There are a lot of hubs in the world that are forming for basically progressing longevity treatments. So basically, after showing phase 1 safety, they're progressing straight away to humans. One of these places is Montana, but there are other places, the US and I think Panama and Norway and China in some places. So I was thinking, why not here? We can be pioneers in a lot of different things, and longevity, I think, is a really important thing that we can probably promote here in Israel as well. All right, thank you very much.
First of all, my name is not Harold, but if it was, I would be so happy to hand you a medal with the Alfred Nobel's face and $1 million check.
All right, come by our offices. We'll take a biopsy out of you.
The challenges that you encounter in developing the steroids and what goes wrong at the moment. So obviously that's a challenging environment, but how do you tackle that?
Have you tried it in your lab? Because that's a very specific thing. So there are a few challenges, of course. First of all is aggregating the right number of cells and because now we're basically using a plate that has microwells, and you're basically seeding the number of cells, and you're basically counting on Gaussian distribution for the cells to drop in the well with the right ratio. And so these are things that we tackle. First of all is the right amount and the correct amount of cells and ratio in each individual microwell. Each microwell is 400 microns. Basically from 1/6 plate we can make up to 35,000 stembroids. So that's one of the challenges, having correct and precise aggregation. Another thing is basically developing it further, and we're really relying on spatial organization. So for us, what goes well is when they're spatially organized, but the question is, what is the sweet spot of organization that you need in order to let the cells grow further? So what we see is basically we've spatially characterized up to 23, 24 days post-fertilization, but the structures don't die. They go further. We haven't characterized them fully in a way that I can say with confidence that, okay, these structures mimic embryonic development at day 28 or further. But we do get a repertoire of cells that we can use for a lot of different things. And now we're actually checking them in a single cell level to see, and also with a proof of concept and functional assays to see what they're actually capable of and how they compare to cells that have been, differentiated and directed differentiation, in vitro differentiation protocols. So now, basically, we're in a crucial point that we're seeing our cells, how they perform, and what's the potential. And something that is really important, unlike a lot of directed differentiation protocols, we've tried 14 different pluripotent stem cells, whether embryonic stem cells, autogenic iPSCs, and different iPSCs, 14 different cell lines, all of them produce stembroids. And basically the same success rates. So that's very encouraging because we see that our platform is very robust, and it is possible to translate it into autologous therapies. So in that aspect of development, these are the hurdles, but we also have hurdles with regulation, but we've been very proactive about it. So one of our advisors is a former cell therapy director in the FDA. And basically, we're aiming to take the same path, because it's a new entity, but we're trying to take the same path as cell therapy treatments. So hopefully this would pave the path for whatever other platforms, but we're actively working on putting it in the regulatory track. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So for the last but still important presentation, we have Professor Leon Peskin from Harvard Medical School, who is going to talk about rejuvenation strategies from the germline. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present, and for everyone for staying to the end. I think this is a very special last session. The subject, if you think of it, is quite different. Rejuvenation is a very particular dream. We talk a lot about extending healthy life, therapies to prolong life, but rejuvenation is a dream of essentially life infinite, of immortality. If there is a way to undo the damage and keep undoing the damage, that's quite a different category, I would say, altogether. And I would like to stress something very special about our accomplishments in biomedicine of human history. If you think about the greatest accomplishments, I don't know what's your list. My would be painkillers. Right? It's an amazing miracle. Your head hurts, you pop a pill and it's gone. A miracle, really. Antibiotics. You treat a wound and it heals literally in front of you. Vaccines. Most recent miracle is genome editing. There's something in common. None of those we really invented, in the sense that we invented a bicycle or a jet propulsion engine. Those were invented by nature or evolution or whatever you want to call it. We observed, we understood, and learned from nature, often without really understanding how this process works. We move this into a new context. And so I think that rejuvenation will very much work the same way, and my talk today is about learning rejuvenation which already exists in nature, in germline. So I would like to start with acknowledgement. I'm talking about early stages of a project that was funded for 2 years generously by Amaranth Foundation. If you haven't seen their manifesto, Bottlenecks of Aging, I think all of you should follow the QR code and read. Those are important, underappreciated directions in the field. And I was fortunate to follow priority number 1, deciphering mechanism of germline immortality. So what are we talking about? What is this germline immortality? This is the point where I am missing my opera voice to sing. We do it, frogs do it, educated water fleas do it. Every single species which exists on Earth has a reset when they create the next generation. So if you think of it, at this point, we take 2 cells. I will not call those cells old, but those cells carry the insults of aging. Those were sitting in the bodies, not protected from ionizing radiation by some kind of a lead chamber, metabolizing, accumulating protein aggregates, affected by reactive oxygen species, and you mix those two cells, poof, the new baby is born young. It is so obvious that we think it's a really stupid question to ask. How come the new babies are born young? And conveniently, as I said, because every species does this, whatever secret you learn by studying this phenomena in a model organism should be a lesson transferable into humans. So the dream here is that if we understand what's going on, we could actually create therapies. There is supposedly a mechanism of quality control, a mechanism which undoes the insults of aging, which could be translated into old somatic cells, maybe. All right, so what is this damage we're talking about? It is suggested in the literature that oocytes, going through oocyte maturation, do away with protein aggregates. They sort deficient mitochondria to only send nice, healthy mitochondria, and they get rid of extra chromosomal DNA. So very important clue came when cloning was discovered. So this is Sir John Gurdon, who unfortunately very recently passed away and got a Nobel Prize for discovery of cloning. I remind you briefly that he has done this in frogs, in Xenopus frogs, and there's a very good reason, because Xenopus egg oocyte is a large 1 millimeter diameter ball. It's nice to manipulate this. It's a single cell. And so the way that this works is that you take a nucleus out of a somatic cell. So you could start with an old cell, a cell from an old organism. You pop this nucleus into the oocyte, and the result is a cloned animal. Now, this germline rejuvenation is often discussed in the context of a rejuvenation of the genome. Right? Particularly in this field, there's discussion of rejuvenating with Yamanaka factors, for example, with resetting the methylation, and so on and so forth. And so those stories are relevant and interesting, but focused in the nucleus. Here, the evidence that the rejuvenation might be in the nucleus as well, but there is an important part that takes place in cytoplasm. And so this is what we study, what takes place in the cytoplasm. Something that is seldom discussed is that the cloned organism, not in the case of Dolly the sheep, unfortunately, but we now have cloned organisms in many, many species, and those organisms created by cloning have natural lifespan. So whatever happens here also carries the magic with it. So this is a paper from Science magazine, which suggests, from the lab of Cynthia Kenyon, suggests and provides evidence done by imaging that immature oocyte is, so to speak, full of garbage, that there is aggregated protein. And then somehow going through the process of maturation, poof, this garbage is gone. So there is evidence. Now, in this paper, which was done in nematodes, there is a little noticed chapter in frogs. The mechanism which they suggest, they also observe as being active in frog oocytes. And so this is one reason to go into frogs. but there are many more. This is my own, now scary to think, 10-year-old work, where we have done quantitative proteomics of developing frog embryos. So what we've done is we collected time points of frog embryos developing from a single cell into a living, swimming, metabolizing, talking organism, which has many, you guys are hard to crack jokes with. So there are many complex differentiated tissues, all right? So this process takes dozens of hours, and what we were able to do by measuring RNA and protein in parallel and solving a simple system of equations is to calculate how many molecules of protein were deposited in the oocyte. Okay, so think about it. I take this organism, and all the work in the organism is not done by RNA, it's done by protein. I go and I pick a molecule of protein and say, where did this molecule come from? It was either deposited in the oocyte or synthesized during the development. And turns out that most of those were deposited in the oocyte, which was quite a surprise. And this is not a proof, but it's an evidence that you better deposit functional good protein and have quality control when you do that. Another odd reason that it was convenient to work in frog is that over the years I accumulated a collection of old frogs, perhaps the only collection in the world, including so-called space frogs. About 40 years ago, NASA wanted to know if vertebrate fertilization would work in the orbit. This was done by in vitro fertilization with frog oocytes and sperm in space, and frogs which were used as controls animals back then, which are now almost 40 years old, were around. Anyway, I accumulated a set of frogs with birth certificates, so we have material to study. But also, this paper just came out. We were able to develop and publish methylation clocks. So now if we go into the forest and catch a frog, we could actually attribute age to this frog and study what happens in the old ovary with old oocytes and so on and so forth. So I'm sorry if this is a graphic image. For you, to me, when you open up a frog, you pretty much find everything. Okay, there is no prostate and no mammary gland, but all of the important organs and tissues are there. These are different stage of maturation of oocytes, where mature oocyte is about 1 millimeter ball, as I said. What's important is that it has enough material to do quantitative proteomics in a single cell. You could not possibly do the sort of manipulation and measurement with human oocytes, mouse oocytes. Pretty much frog is the only system where you could have thousands of oocytes going in parallel in synchrony and do quantitative proteomics and phosphoproteomics to understand what happens. Another important feature of frogs is that as oocytes mature, transcription stops. So at this point, there's no more transcription. So we in the biology love to measure gene expression, but here we could completely rule out any support by gene expression. Whatever happens, happens because there are changes at the level of proteins and post-translational modifications. So that's quite important. And so, as I like to say, the magic of quality control and rejuvenation happens here, going from mature oocyte to progesterone-stimulated oocyte. So this, you could call this ovulation. And observing what's going on there would supposedly give us clues. Now, you can imagine using this as an assay. If this system, and this is a system which undergoes meiotic cell cycle transition. Meiotic cell cycle transition only happens in our lives once at this point. Right? And we think that there is some activity, some enzymatic activity, which is able to chew through aggregated protein. If you identify how the hell it happens, you could imagine going into other harmful aggregated protein and activating this mechanism. So you could do all sort of activity assays by injecting aggregated protein into such oocyte and so on and so forth, interacting with drugs. And so this is a very simple experiment where you add progesterone to oocytes in the dish, you collect time points, and measure time series. You ask what changes, how do proteins change in the system. So this is what results look like. Those are just time series where proteins are grouped by dynamics, right? So here, 500 or so proteins where nothing changes. It just for hours it stays flat. And what you see from this mosaic is that largely there's no change. Yes, there are a few well-characterized changes, but basically not much is happening at the level of protein synthesis and degradation. Now, here's the same organization of data with phosphoproteomics, right? So this changes of phosphorylation, phosphocytes, and protein. And what I hope jumps out at you is this dramatic difference. Everything changes. Phosphoproteomics is very dynamic. Now, if you at all think about proteins and post-translational modifications in your work, you would have heard of Phosphocyte Plus. This is one repository of everything that we know about post-translational modifications of proteins. And transitions in meiosis was largely missing from this repository because it is very hard to do phosphoproteomics of meiotic transition. So essentially with this experiment we put on the map thousands of phosphocytes and the dynamics. This is just a quick example for biologists in the audience who know and love cell cycle. CDK and associated proteins are probably the best characterized proteins. So here are some protein pathways where each protein is decorated by phosphocytes. Whatever is in yellow were the phosphocytes which we put on the map, which were not characterized and not known before. Right, so that's kind of a useful addition to encyclopedia of phosphoproteome. And I just want to stress one particular group of results, which has to do with nuclear pore complex. So this is perhaps the most conserved complex in evolution, and we see very active remodeling of nuclear pore complex. Now, here's just one of the protein in this highly complex assembly. Many phosphocytes changing dynamically, and then a focus on only one of these trajectories where we give absolute stoichiometry with confidence intervals. So I'd like to take just a moment to explain why is this important, right? So what we detect are changes in phosphorylation of some protein. And usually when phosphoproteomics is done, it is done relatively. So you could say, well, there is this protein and this site on this protein and it changes tenfold. Sounds important, but perhaps what happens is that the total level of phosphorylation changes from 0.1% to 1%. So 99% of all of the proteins are untouched. So the level of phosphorylation changed tenfold, but how important could this be? As opposed to tenfold going from 10% to 100%. Right? So the reason that we were able to get this level of information is our previous work, where we established the way to measure confidence intervals in quantitative proteomics, but also to compute, again, solving a system of equations, stoichiometry of turnover in this system of different phosphoforms. This dramatic remodeling in nuclear pore has come up previously. This is a work from a group at Berkeley by Elchin Unal. They study yeast, they study meiotic transition in yeast, and simply speaking, what they see is that when yeast undergoes meiotic transition, there are 4 new nuclei and then a compartment with aggregated protein. Essentially, yeast in meiotic transition packs the garbage into a special compartment which disappears. Again, this is imaging-based work, so the hope is that our work with quantitative proteomics gives a clue of how this happens. There is another group which does very similar work in mouse oocytes, where again there's evidence that oocytes going through maturation are packing together their garbage and getting rid of it. So we published these early results. The early stages of this work were quite successful, but there's much, much more to do. And unfortunately, I must say that the work have been stopped. About half a year ago, funding was from NIH to Harvard has been terminated. So if this sounds exciting, I would very much appreciate help. I would either like to have funding to continue this work at Harvard or an opportunity to continue this work elsewhere. But I'm quite excited about our results, opportunity to share with you. And with this, thank you, and I'll take questions. I guess I forgot to say, so I'm working with somebody who creates movies about science and wants to create a series about longevity field, which is semi-animated. So this was supposed to be, me on the quest for longevity.
So what information did the frogs give that other model organisms can't give?
We cannot measure proteome and phosphoproteome in tiny cells, right? So it's the features of frogs, not just having huge cells, but also the fact that transcription is stopped and other peculiarities of this organism allowed us to essentially create this map. Now, if you want me to tell you what to do to rejuvenate your body today, I'm afraid we will have to wait with this. Right, but we lay the foundation to understand what's going on, to compare to imaging work in other organisms, go back to changes in proteomics and phosphoproteomics. So that's the way biology works. We get clues.
So basically, since it is very ancient invention, this reset of youth, it should be the mechanism should be the same from yeasts to humans. So it doesn't matter on what organism to study. Am I getting it correctly?
Yeah, exactly. I think I pointed this out at the beginning that we should, from yeast to frogs to humans, the mechanism should be the same. There is some kind of a protein degradation regime that is activated there, which apparently is able to sort garbage from good proteins, not just bulldoze through everything. And so it's just not clear what kind of degradation. There are some clues and speculations by other groups, but exactly, we should be able to borrow the secret from nature.
Thank you very much.
I want to talk to you. I think you have something to say, concluding remarks.
Yes. First of all, thanks, Leon. Thanks to all the speakers for the encouraging, I would say, inspiring presentations. There is one more topic I would like to raise as a part of the conclusion, not the whole conclusion, part of it, which is also inspiring but also tragic, also sad. We said there's a case of Professor Freifeld passing away from age-related disease, but there are also healthy longevity researchers, longevity enthusiasts and pioneers who are passing because of other circumstances, because of this then war. My good friend Epshtein-Gitarts, my collaborator, very proud to have worked together, to have encouraged him on this path of longevity research. He was killed in Gaza, even in the beginning of this campaign, but still his legacy will continue. His dream to continue to promote health and longevity for all, and I'm very proud to give the floor to his mother, Larissa Gitarts. Please welcome.
Dear friends, I promise not more than 2 minutes. It is a privilege to speak here today at this conference, supported by the Joseph Gitarts Foundation. Joseph was a brilliant young mathematician and researcher who combined computer science, AI, and medicine. He studied how DNA is connected to aging and disease. His work was published in American journals and even are using now in hospitals to help identify patients at risk. In his last letter, which became known only on the day of his fall in this war in Gaza, he wrote, I left with honor for my people. I have no regrets. And at the end of the letter he wrote, help Israel, I am okay. By the way, the photo outside this auditorium is the very last photo just before the last battle. Today, as I look at all of you, your research, your work, your enthusiasm in medicine, AI, and longevity, I feel that we are not only honoring Joseph's memory, we are continuing his vision to make science truly human, giving people more years of active and meaningful life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larissa. Joseph continues with us together, to stand with us, shoulder by shoulder, shoulder to shoulder in the fight against aging, which will continue long after all the other wars will end, and we all will continue in this fight. And this is also what this conference was about, to encourage each other to build up the community, to continue the longevity movement, even under this condition in Israel, and even under this circumstance in Israel. Hopefully, with the ceasefire, the situation will improve. With the expansion of the Abrahamic Accords, there will be more cooperation, international cooperation, and also the health longevity movement will grow and flourish in Israel and in the whole world. So thank you very much for being a part of this. Thank you for your attention, for your commitment. Thank you very much, and see you next time.